Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the March 2026 Ordinary Council meeting. We acknowledge and pay our respects to the traditional custodians of this land, the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation, and their elders past and present. I would like to advise everyone that the audio and video of this meeting is being live streamed to YouTube. I request everyone to please turn off your mobile phones. I remind you that audio recording of the meeting proceedings and photography within the chamber is prohibited unless prior approval has been granted, and councillors and city officers are reminded to disclose any declarations of financial interests and interests affecting impartiality, and are requested to activate their microphones when addressing the meeting. So, with that, welcome. We move to item 1, which is the declaration of opening. I declare this meeting open at 1 minute past 6 p.m. Item 2 is a disclaimer. Members of the public are cautioned against taking any action as a result of a council decision until such time as they have seen a copy of the minutes or been advised in writing by the council's administration with regard to any particular decision. Item 3 is announcements from the presiding member, that's me, and in accordance with Council Resolution 226/032, a table of my formal engagements, meetings and events since the last council meeting is available within the ordinary council meeting agenda. Item 4 is attendances. Item 4.1 is apologies. I have received an apology today from Councillor Bronwyn Moore. Item 4.2 is approved leaves of absence, of which there is nil this evening. Item 5 is declarations of interest. Mayor Greg Milner, that's me. I've declared an impartiality interest in item 10.3.1 as I know a number of the members of the Royal Perth Golf Club. Councillor Kathy Lees has declared an impartiality interest in item 10.3.1 as prior to my election, as a ratepayer, I made a request to the city that 49 Forest Street, South Perth, which is the subject of a place-specific review, be considered for heritage listing. I also have friends who are members of the Royal Perth Golf Club, which is the subject of a place-specific review. As a consequence, there may be a perception that my impartiality on the matter may be affected. However, I declare that I will consider the matter on its merits and vote accordingly. Councillor Jacqueline Raison has declared an impartiality interest in item 10.3.1 as one of my children attended Wesley College, and in recent years, I participated in strategy think tanks at Wesley College with other business leaders. Prior to today, no property or heritage matters have been discussed with me by anyone at Wesley. Today, I was contacted by a representative of Wesley and we had a general discussion about this item. I am comfortable that I do not have any conflict of interest and can consider this agenda item impartially. Councillor Kathy Lees has declared an impartiality interest in item 10.3.4 as I am a co-founder of the South Perth Tree Canopy Advocates and a co-founder and committee member of the WA Tree Canopy Advocates, and I note the application involves removal of 3 trees. As a consequence, there may be a perception that my impartiality on the matter may be affected. I declare I will consider the matter on its merits and vote accordingly. And Councillor Kathy Lees has declared an impartiality interest in item 10.4.3 as I know and have worked with some of the candidates. As a consequence, there may be a perception that my impartiality on the matter may be affected. However, they are not closely associated persons, and I declare that I will consider the matter on its merits and vote accordingly. Councillors, does anyone else have any interest that they wish to declare this evening? Councillor Prendeville.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. A impartiality interest in 10.3.1 as there is a member of the Royal Perth Golf Club who is known to me.
Thank you, Councillor Prendeville. Councillors, any further declarations of interest? Councillor Howling.
Thank you. I sent in my declaration of interest. It's in respect of item 10.3.1. Insofar as it's required or disclosed that up until December 2025, I was a member of Raise Me Up Incorporated, which provides food relief for people in Karrawara. In October 2025, following the City of South Perth withdrawing its support for food relief, there was people that were supported throughout the community. This work's been supported by a donation of the Royal Perth Golf Charity Day, albeit separate from the entity considered in 10.3.1. Nevertheless, I'm told that in March of this year, there was the offer for a donation made to that charity to support the work from the Perth Charity Golf Day. Then secondly, I've attended a baptism at St Columba's Church. And thirdly, in respect of Wesley College, I've sponsored a table at the Wesley College Ball for persons attended by Bronwyn War, who is the Deputy Chair of the Penrose Board, and other members of Penrose Board joined us at that table. And also at 12.1, I know Mr Steve Martin, and so accordingly make those declarations. I will consider all matters, and as I always have, on their merits and make a decision based on the impartiality.
Thank you, Councillor Howling. Councillors, any further declarations of interest this evening? No. Okay. All right, that brings us to item 6, which is public question time. Item 6.1 is responses to previous public questions taken on notice. Responses to questions taken from the public taken on notice at the February 2026 Ordinary Council meeting can be found in the appendix of this agenda. Item 6.2 is public question time. Before I open public question time, I'd like to remind everyone that the section is for questions only. Preamble is to be kept to a minimum, and I do ask that you refrain from using any language that could be characterised as offensive, objectionable, expression or defamatory language. I now open public question time at 7 minutes past 6 p.m. We've received 4 written submissions prior to tonight's meeting, and I'd like to begin by inviting Dr. Mark Brogan of Kensington to the microphone. Welcome to you, Dr. Brogan, and we look forward to your questions.
Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. My questions this evening concern agenda item 10.3.1. I am a heritage advocate, as you know. My questions are about St Columba's Church Group, the subject of a heritage review about which deputations were given last week. The heritage review by SLR Consulting has recommended the highest level of protection, Category 1, for Dennehy House, located at 16 York Street, and its entry into the list as a separate entity. The owners of the site, as far as I'm aware, are a religious order that reside in Sydney, and they have a very different ambition, namely to pursue a high-rise redevelopment of the site and to maximise the profitability of the site sale accordingly. So my first question, Mayor, is as follows. As the City has indicated at the last meeting, which was the agenda meeting, the convent site is currently zoned under TPS 7 as private community purposes. Part 3 of LPS 7, Zone and Use of Land, refers to the zone of objectives of private and community purposes as to provide sites for privately owned and operated recreation institutions and places of worship, to integrate private recreation areas with public recreation areas where possible, to separate potentially noisy engine sports, doesn't sound relevant, from compatible uses, to provide for a range of privately owned community facilities and uses that are incidental and ancillary to the provision of those facilities which are compatible with surrounding development, and finally, to ensure that the standard of development is in keeping with the surrounding development and protects the amenity of the area. So this is my question. Does the City consider a high-rise residential building of more than 4 levels constructed on the St Joseph's site consistent with private and community purposes objectives of TPS 7?
Thank you for the question. Ms Shaw.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Dr Brogan, for your question. The site is zoned private community purposes, as you've identified. Multiple dwellings are in A use in the zone, meaning that the use is not permitted unless the local government has exercised its discretion by granting development approval after advertising the application. This means that multiple dwellings can be considered for the site. However, the city or the responsible decision maker will consider whether it is appropriate to approve the use, having regard to a range of matters, including the objectives of the zone and the heritage values of the site. In the absence of a proposal and appropriate justification, the city cannot determine whether a proposed development is appropriate.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. To my second question, at the agenda briefing, the Director of Planning indicated that a heritage agreement for the site pursuant to current state heritage listing, that is of Dennehy House and of the chapel, might involve offsets to developers. Could a multi-level residential development on the St Joseph's Convent site of more than 4 levels be pursued as an offset for the site consistent with zoning and planning requirements?
Thank you. Ms Shaw.
Thank you. No reference was made to a heritage agreement. The commentary at the agenda briefing was referring to the deemed provisions of the Planning and Development Local Planning Schemes Regulations 2015, which enables variations to development standards to protect heritage places on the State Register or local heritage list. Advice was provided such that the building within the heritage site could be retained with appropriate curtilage and density could be provided elsewhere on the site to otherwise offset the land used to retain the heritage building. Whether the city or responsible decision maker considers that development appropriate for approval will require an assessment on the specific proposal in relation to a range of matters as outlined in the Planning and Development Local Planning Schemes Regulations 2015.
Thank you. My final question, Mr Mayor. Does the city agree that a development of up to 14 to 16 levels is likely to be inconsistent in principle and in practice with the heritage values of the place as determined by the Heritage Assessment and would grossly affect the amenity, privacy and way of life of the adjoining residents?
Thank you. Ms Shaw.
Thank you. Applications are considered on their individual merits. The city or relevant decision maker would need to consider the specifics of the application, including proposed design and any relevant justification to determine whether a proposal is appropriate.
Thank you, Ms Shaw, and thank you, Dr Brogan, for the questions. I'd now like to invite Ms Joanne Ord of Como to the microphone. Welcome to you. The microphone is yours and we look forward to your questions.
Hello, everybody. So these relate to the mid-year budget review. So in the years that I have observed this city, I don't really recall similar reasons such as community safety and environmental sustainability featuring in a community perception survey, or these new reserves would be well received by the community as being apparently the sole justification to create new reserves. I also don't recall new reserves being created in the mid-year review, but I'm happy for someone to correct that. And phrases like future-proofing and they will be well received are not financial reasons to establish new reserves. So the city stated that none of the proposals are included in the attachment, and yet this is exactly where I looked to find those supporting financial reasons to establish those new reserves. And ultimately I couldn't find any. So question 1. Has the 30 June 2027 budget workshops been undertaken with Council, and what, aside from a perception survey, did the administration present as justification for these new reserves at those workshops?
Thank you for the question. Director Amprimo.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Mr Mayor. So the budget workshops for the 26-27 financial year have not yet taken place.
Right. Question 2, does the administration consider that funds may be spent from any new reserve this financial year, bearing in mind that there's only essentially 3 months to go? And if not, why is the city suggesting these reserves are created through the mid-year review and not through the normal budgeting process?
Thank you for the question. Ms Amprimo.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. So if the reserves are established, there wouldn't be anticipated expenditure for them for this year. And the second part of your question, I would have to take on notice. I am not in a position to answer.
Okay, all right, thank you. Question 3. The City of South Perth has long conducted its mid-year reviews in February. despite the requirement being officially by the 31st of March. And so I'm just wondering what the reason for the delay was this year.
Thank you for the question. Ms Amprimo.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. So the mid-year budget review has been completed in accordance with the requirements of the Act.
Thank you, Ms Amprimo, and thank you, Ms Ord, for the questions. I'd now like to invite Ms Bronwyn David of South Perth. If you'd like to come to the microphone, welcome to you, and we look forward to your questions.
Thank you. We didn't deliberately dress the same. Good evening, Mayor, councillors, administration staff, monitor. Could I ask that the Director of Infrastructure Services get closer to the microphone when she speaks, because we are having trouble hearing her back there. Thank you. So between the agenda briefing and the ordinary council meeting tonight, an item has been added to the agenda. Granted that this meant that the agenda briefing meeting had less deputations than it might have, which some would see as a positive. Nonetheless, this did deprive the community of the opportunity to address the matter by way of deputation. And we know that the City of South Perth residents are passionate about their trees. So just in general, my first question, where a matter has not appeared on the agenda for an agenda briefing meeting and the opportunity for deputation has passed, what formal mechanisms are available for community members to provide input on that specific item?
Thank you for the question. Director Shaw.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Ms David. The landowner and members of the community are able to contact elected members directly, and elected member contact details are available on the City's website.
Thank you. My second question heads off in a different direction. Where residential development applications are approved, is it usual that homeowners are required to plant a tree or more as a development condition?
Thank you. Director Shaw.
Thank you. This depends on the nature and scale of residential development and the applicable version of the residential design codes. For example, Volume 1, Part C of the R codes requires minimum tree planting requirements. Decision makers can also impose condition requirements for landscaping where there is an applicable need and nexus between the development and the requirements of the condition.
Thank you. So in respect of this application, and I'm sorry I didn't write down, it's item 10.3.4 regarding the tree removal in Kensington. In respect of this application, noting that in the notes to the item, the applicant has also advised that the owners are willing to plant 3 250-litre trees on the property. Is there anything that would prevent that being made a condition of approval of the tree damaging activity?
Thank you. Ms Shaw.
Thank you. It is open to Council to include a condition requiring the planting of trees.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms Shaw, and thank you, Ms David, for the questions. I'd now like to invite Ms Lena Yetchman of South Perth. If you'd like to come to the microphone, welcome to you, and we look forward to your questions.
Thank you, elected members. I'm Lena and I'm representing Wesley College, and with me I have Lorica. I would like to ask 3 questions on item 10.3.1. Does Council appreciate the problems that listing the entire Wesley College site, including the campus south and now also north of Swan Street, will cause the college? Rather than applying a common sense approach when assessing applications for works far away from the actual heritage curtilage, particularly when introducing a disconnect between such a listing and the state government existing listing that only covers the heritage buildings?
Thank you for the question. Ms Shaw.
Thank you, and thank you for the question. Whilst this question is directed to Council, the City does not consider there to be problems with including the site on the local heritage survey, and Council is not considering the heritage list as part of this item. As evidenced by recent approved development applications at Wesley College, inclusion on the State Register has not prevented development at the site occurring, even with the required referrals to the Heritage Council of Western Australia. In preparing place records for the local heritage survey, The Department of Planning, Lands and Heritage guidelines for local heritage surveys recommend that the place should be identified and defined in terms of cadastral lot boundaries. Should Council consider the site for future inclusion in the heritage list, the City would take the same approach to assessment and recommendations on development applications if the place is included. Development outside the registered curtilage in the State Register, which may impact on the heritage values of the place, such as an impact setting and views, etc., require referral to the Heritage Council of Western Australia in any instance. Further, local government heritage listings or local heritage survey place records are not required to match any registered curtilage, as the local government listings relate to the local heritage value of that place, whilst the state registration relates to heritage value in a state context.
Thank you, Ms Shaw.
Question 2. What does Council see as the utility of heritage listing new projects nearing completion or have only just commenced?
Thank you for the question. Director Shaw.
Thank you. And again, whilst this question is directed to Council, the item being considered by Council is the outcome of the place-specific reviews to the local heritage survey, and Council is not considering the heritage list as part of this item.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. And your final question, Ms Yetchman?
Yes. Why is it, since Council considered the matter of the heritage list in August 2025 and deferred it, that now an additional allotment north of Swan Street is proposed to be included in the survey, in addition to the lot south of Swan Street, particularly when the State Register explicitly notes there's low cultural heritage significance outside the existing curtilage?
Thank you for the question. Director Shaw.
Thank you. The independent heritage consultant has provided this recommendation for Council to consider. Should Council resolve to adopt the officer recommendation, the City will prepare and present updated place records for the local heritage survey for Council to consider.
Thank you, Ms Shaw, and thank you, Ms Yetchman, for the questions.
Thank you.
Okay, we now turn to item 7, which is confirmation of minutes and notes. Item 7.1 is minutes. Item 7.1.1 is the ordinary council meeting held on 24 February 2026. So I'm about to look for a mover and a seconder to move a motion that the minutes of the ordinary council meeting held on 24 February 2026 be taken as read and confirmed as a true and correct record. Could I have a mover, please? Councillor Brenda Abrandis, thank you. A seconder? Councillor Raison, thank you. Councillors, does anyone oppose? No. Then in that case, I declare that carried unanimously. Item 7.2 is notes of briefing. So I'm about to call for a mover and a seconder to move that council notes the following council briefings and workshops were held. That is 7.2.1, concept briefings and workshops, and 7.2.2, council agenda briefing, 17 March 2026. Could I have a mover, please? Councillor Brenda Abrandis, thank you. A seconder? Councillor D'Souza, thank you. Councillors, does anyone oppose? No. Okay. All right. That's carried unanimously then. That brings us to item 8, which is presentations. Item 8.1 is petitions. That's nil for this evening. Item 8.2 is gifts or awards presented to council. That's nil. Item 8.3 is deputations, and deputations were heard at the council agenda briefing held on 17 March 2026. That ends item 8, but before we move on to item 9, it's come to my attention that tonight is the last council meeting for Kira Digwood, who is our Governance Administration Officer and has been serving the city for a number of years. On behalf of the City of South Perth, it has been an absolute pleasure working with you. Thank you so much for your time and your support and everything that you've done for the city and its residents. Folks, will you join me in a round of applause to... And we wish you all the very best in your next exciting adventure. Okay, that brings us to item 9, which is method of dealing with agenda business. And I wish to advise that the following agenda item was not presented to the council agenda briefing held 17 March 2026. That is item 10.3.2, proposed tree damaging activity to regulated trees, Lot 2, number 23, Monk Street in Kensington. I'll now seek confirmation from the Director of Infrastructure Services, Ms Anita Amprimo, that all the report items contained in tonight's agenda were discussed at the March Council agenda briefing, with the exception of item 10.3.4. Ms Amprimo.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. I can confirm that's correct.
Thank you so much. Okay, so with the exception of those items to be withdrawn for discussion, reports will be adopted by exception resolution. And by this, I mean the officer recommendation will be adopted as is without discussion or amendment. The following items have been withdrawn. Item 10.3.1, Local Heritage Survey Place Specific Review. The reason for that is Councillor Prendeville has an alternative motion. Item 10.3.4, Proposed Tree Damaging Activity to Regulated Trees, Lot 2, number 23, Monk Street, Kensington. The reason for that is it's a new item and Councillor Lees has an amendment. Item 10.4.1, Delegation DC 690, Local Planning Scheme number 7. The reason is an absolute majority is required and Councillor Howling and Councillor Lees both have amendments. And item 10.4.2, entitled Budget Review for the period up to 31 January 2026. The reason is an absolute majority is required and Councillor Brenda Abrandis has an amendment. Councillors, are there any other items to be withdrawn for discussion this evening? No. Okay. In that case, I'm about to call for a mover and a seconder to carry the following items by exception resolution. Those are items 10.1.1, RFQ 14 of 2025, provision of minor change room upgrades at various city sites. Item 10.3.2, Local Planning Policy P351.14, Signia Cove Residential Design Guidelines, revocation. Item 10.3.3, RFT 13 of 2025, provision of survey services. Item 10.4.3, Design Review Panel, appointment of members. Item 10.4.4, Annual General Meeting of Electors 2024/25. Item 10.4.5, Listing of Payments, February 2026. Item 10.4.6, Monthly Financial Statements, February 2026. Could I have a mover, please? Councillor Brenda Abrandis, thank you. Councillor Prendeville to second. Councillors, does anyone oppose? No. Okay. In that case, those items have just been passed by exception resolution in accordance with clause 5.5 of the City of South Perth Standing Orders Local Law 2007, and the officer's recommendations have been accepted by council. We will now be moving on to those reports identified to be withdrawn for discussion. The first of which is item 10.3.1, entitled Local Heritage Survey Place Specific Review. I have received an alternative motion from Councillor Prendeville. Councillor Prendeville, would you like to begin by moving your alternative motion? And if so, please read it out and then I'll see about a seconder.
Mr Mayor, I omitted, I think, to mention, because I was reading from my phone, that I had discussions together with Mr Ross Barron for a few minutes in respect of this matter. I can't remember if I mentioned that.
Thank you, Councillor Howling. Councillor Prendeville?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move my alternative motion, 10.3.1, Local Heritage Survey Place Specific Reviews. Would you like me to read out the entire motion or the change?
Probably best to read the whole thing and then we'll see about a seconder.
The alternative motion states that Council Point 1 notes the outcome of the place-specific reviews of the following places. Place number 86, 39 Atstey Street, South Perth. Place number 36, 40 Coode Street, South Perth, Wesley College. Place number 39, 25 Forest Street, South Perth, St Columba's Church Group. Place number 50, Labashie Road, South Perth, Royal Perth Golf Club course. Place number 85, 49 Forest Street, South Perth, Formula 44 Angelo Street. Point 2, requests the Chief Executive Officer prepare and present to Council an updated local heritage survey to reflect the outcomes of the place-specific reviews, including the creation of new and modified place records where required, subject to modifications to the following classification of significance. Place number 85, 49 Forest Street, South Perth, Formula 44 Angelo Street, Category 2 to Category 3.
Thank you, Councillor Prendeville. Councillors, would anyone like to second Councillor Prendeville's alternative motion? Councillor De Souza. Councillor Prendeville, the floor is yours for your reasons.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The original owners of this property, place number 85, strongly objected the classification change, and the property would have likely remained a Category 3 had the owner been afforded the right to due process to object against such a reclassification. All other private property owners who were impacted by the original classification changes had the opportunity to be included in the amendment to Council's local heritage survey motion, which was item 10.3.1 in the Council meeting agenda for 24 June 2025, to have the proposed changes to their property classification repealed. In these instances, the Council took into account the concerns around individual private property rights and the right for owners to object to proposed local heritage survey classifications in making the decisions to pass the amendment in relation to the property of those who had objected. Now in March 2026, following place-specific reviews, we heard from the new owners of place number 85. And we hear the same plea, to allow them to make this decision regarding their own home. A person's home is often their main asset, and with the current economic climate, interest rates rising and uncertainty in the air, who are we to decide to apply possible future restrictions on this family's home? I do not wish to make these owners' lives more difficult and costly, and nor do I wish to risk unilaterally causing a fall in the value of their home. I understand the need to preserve local heritage and character and will support our history where appropriate. I do not disagree with the heritage consultant, and I do not wish to undermine the report. 49 Forest Street is not my home. We have heard from a variety of community members and each other who believe heritage listings can in fact benefit a homeowner. Some believe that it can benefit a homeowner and some may believe the opposite, but we do not have hard evidence to prove what might happen to 49 Forest Street. So none of us can really make that statement with pure certainty, and I am not willing to take that risk on someone else's home. It's quite simple, your home, your choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Prendeville. Councillor De Souza, you're the seconder. Would you like to speak?
Yes, I would. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Prendeville covered it quite well. I would just say this. We've had this similar issue come before Council in the past, and in the past I supported this same issue based on the view of procedural fairness afforded to the affected homeowner. We have heard subsequently from the new owner at the last week, and I'm not a huge fan of us as Council foisting certain views upon homeowners, and I think Councillor Prendeville's last resin sums up my view on this issue entirely. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor De Souza. Councillors, is there anyone who would like to speak against the alternative motion? Councillor Russell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, I've got a question.
By all means.
In the reasons for change here, it says that it's due process has not been afforded to the landowner. I'd like the city to express their view on that in terms of if due process has been afforded or otherwise.
Thank you. Director Shaw, can I send that your way?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So if Council supports the officer recommendation, even including a change to the classification of significance for this place, we would then update the local heritage survey place records and undertake consultation with those landowners so they're aware of the change to their property and enable them the opportunity to make deputations or ask questions of Council when the matter is presented back to Council for adoption.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Councillor Raison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had the same question actually, because I think what this is saying is that the original owners, meaning the owners, I think what is meant by that is the owners prior to the current owners, were not afforded the right to due process against the reclassification. But so I just wanted to also understand the city's position on that.
Ms Shaw.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I believe during the deputation, some landowners suggested that they had not received notification from the city as to the place records proposed. The city did write to all landowners and occupiers as part of the local heritage survey and the local heritage list.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Councillors, is there anyone who would like to speak against the alternative motion? Councillor Lees.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So yes, I would like to speak against the alternative motion. Now is not the time for council to be making ad hoc decisions about recategorising properties simply to avoid their potential inclusion on the local planning scheme number 7 heritage list. Doing so would undermine the integrity of the statutory process and leave us with a heritage survey that is neither grounded in expert assessment nor an accurate reflection of the city's true heritage values. Our obligations under the heritage legislation require us to rely on professional evidence-based evaluations, and in this case, 2 independent consultants have now verified that the property warrants inclusion as a Category 2 place. We must also remember that once a heritage place is lost, it is lost forever. There is no replacing the cultural, architectural or historical value that disappears with it. Owners come and go, but the heritage we protect endures for the whole community. I appreciated the deputation last week from the new owner of 49 Forest Street, and I acknowledge his concerns about what heritage listing may mean for him. However, I do not believe he provided sufficient grounds for council to depart from the expert advice we have received. It also appeared that the owner may not be fully aware of the heritage significance of the home he has recently purchased and the treasure that it actually is. This property is uniquely important. It is the only home in the city designed by Lieutenant General Sir Talbot Hobbs, a renowned West Australian architect and distinguished World War I figure, commemorated through street names in Como. His other works in the city, including the Windsor Hotel and parts of Wesley College, are heritage listed, as are many of his buildings across Perth. The home was built for Major Hugh Annan Corbett, a prominent early 20th century West Australian, known for his contributions to local government, the gold industry and military intelligence. Fortunately, the exterior and some of the interior, some elements, but not all, of the house remain largely intact. Heritage protection is not a matter of your home, your choice. Governments, including the City of South Perth, impose rules on what can and cannot be done on private property for the benefit of neighbours, the broader community and future generations regularly. We are entrusted with representing the long-term interests of the whole community, and heritage protection, supported by strong legislation, is one of the responsibilities that comes with that role. We cannot ignore the intent of that legislation or our obligations to uphold it. At the same time, I do believe we need to help landowners understand that inclusion on a heritage survey or even on a heritage list, if that happens, is not an impediment. In many cases, it can be a positive enhancing property value because of the unique and irreplaceable nature of these homes. Listing does not freeze a property in time. It ensures that cultural heritage is managed thoughtfully, allowing for contemporary and sympathetic adaptations that meet the owner's needs. Throughout my career, I have seen this done over and over again. So I am very mindful that we need to support landowners through this process, and so I am keen for the council through the upcoming budget process to consider waiving development application fees for heritage homeowners and to explore additional incentives such as rate rebates and grants, which several other local governments already provide. But in conclusion, our responsibility is clear. We must uphold a heritage process that is principled, expert-led and consistent, rather than reactive or influenced by individual preferences. The decisions we make today will shape the character of our city for decades to come. By respecting the significance of places like 49 Forest Street and by supporting landowners through a fair and transparent system, we honour both our past and our future. This is the stewardship our community expect of us, and it is the standard we should continue to meet. On that basis, I oppose the amendment before us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lees, should I take it you're foreshadowing the officer recommendation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councillors, is there anyone who would like to speak in question? Councillor Brenda Brandis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have a couple of questions with regard to this item. So a question for the administration. Is there any expert advice that we've actually received with regard to 49 Forest Street that's been based on established criteria, including historic, scientific or social value, that would indicate that this property would be categorised as a Category 3?
Ms Shaw.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The short answer is no. The independent heritage consultant has assessed the place against the relevant criteria and guidelines provided by the Heritage Council of Western Australia, and the recommendation has been based on their assessment. And as you can see from the recommendation, they had proposed that this be provided as a Category 2.
Thank you, Director Shaw. And Mr Mayor, I have another question. One of the reasons provided with regard to this alternative motion included a previous decision made in June 2025 in that Council took into account the concerns around individual property rights and the rights of owners to object to the proposed local heritage survey classifications in making the decision to pass the amendment in relation to the property of those who had objected. A question for the administration. Is that a valid reason with regard to consideration for this property, notwithstanding this property was not part of that amendment process mid-last year?
Ms Shaw.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So just in relation to some of the commentary around excluding places, the Heritage Act provides the ability for Council to consider not only the guidelines themselves in terms of the classification of significance, but the planning regulations do not provide criteria around which places must be included in the heritage list. So it could be a Category 1, 2, 3 or 4 that's included in the heritage list. That's at the complete discretion of Council. What Council is considering tonight is the updated or potentially updated place records based on this. So if Council moves the officer recommendation, the City would then prepare and present updated place records for Council to consider, at which point in time Council would have the opportunity to again consider whether or not the classification of significance is appropriate prior to advertising those updated place records in the local heritage survey. Sorry, does that answer most of the question?
Yes, thank you, Director Shaw. Thank you very much.
Councillors. Councillor Razon.
Question, if I may, through you, Mr Mayor. My question is whether the City currently has a policy or guidelines which will affect if this property goes on to the survey as a Category 2. Are there any policy guidelines or any other sort of measures that are applied to properties that would go on as Category 2 in terms of the status and recommendation in relation to that property for inclusion on the heritage list?
Thank you. Ms Shaw.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. No, it's at the complete discretion of Council as to which properties they'd like to include in the local heritage list. Once a place is on the list, however, we do have Local Planning Policy 8.1, Heritage Conservation and Development, which provides guidance in terms of the assessment of development applications for heritage places.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Councillors, is there anyone who would like to speak in favour of the alternative motion? No. Councillor Howling?
Yes, thank you. I would like to speak in favour of the motion. Firstly, I don't see this as ad hoc in answer to a point that was made. The Act expressly empowers the City of South Perth, in considering heritage, to determine the appropriate category. That's a role that we have to play. It is not simply an exercise of inputting an expert's report, which then uncritically passes under the eyes of the local government councillors, but rather it's the local government councillors that must properly consider and ask themselves, is this place appropriate for the inclusion within the category that it is being selected for? Now that may involve, and as it happens, as I'm distilling from the discussion and the motion, a representation that the landowner themselves may in fact make. Now, who are we to impose upon people within the district restrictive conditions such as a heritage inclusion where there's already a debate that has occurred as to whether it ought properly to be category 2 or 3? And this motion does not remove this property from the heritage register. It does not remove this particular property from the heritage register, but rather keeps it there, but keeps it as a category 3. Now, that's positive. That's good. That's not losing this property from heritage. It's preserving it, and it's bringing the landowners and the owners of that property on board. The worst thing we can do is find ourselves in constant conflict on a range of things with persons that don't ordinarily come to the council and make representation in respect of matters, but do so timidly and make a representation in respect of the property that they own. I'm not for big or enlarging government or local government role to play in people's lives, because I believe the category 3 provides the adequate protections that we need to protect this place, to ensure that we bring these people on board with us and not overextend ourselves. Our role is to consider the expert's report, determine whether it's an appropriate classification, and that's precisely what this motion is doing. So I commend the bringer of the motion. I support what it is that's being proposed by way of this motion, and it makes good sense for a local government to determine its role under the requirements of the Heritage Act and determine which category it ought to be imposed on it. So I am supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howling. Councillors, is there anyone who would like to speak against the alternative motion? Councillor Brenda Abrandis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm speaking against this alternative motion, primarily because the key issue here is 49 Forest Street. It's a property of significance. The property, as we've heard, was designed by Lieutenant General Sir Joseph John Talbot Hobbs, and he was an architect of state importance. We only have a few properties in the city that were actually designed by this gentleman, including the Windsor Hotel, parts of Wesley campus. And this is the only residential work we have in the district that has actually been designed by this gentleman. The home was built as an individual home that from prominence. We should be noting that the individual that actually built the home needs to be taken into consideration with regard to what is significant. It's important to ensure that an assessment process that is undertaken with regard to considering properties for heritage is done in a scientific way that has criteria that takes into account historic attributes, scientific and social values. The alternative motion before us tonight does not do that, and my concern is we have engaged experts to actually undertake this review and provide the detail that's required to perform an assessment. It's measurable and it's applied against standards, and that's really important. And that's the reason why we engage independent experts, because they know how to undertake a review and provide us with a comprehensive report. So look, I think we've discussed this property before, and we've also heard deputations on it previously and in the last week. Again, I do not support making amendments to properties that are considered as part of the survey when I don't have the experience, and I'm sure most of my fellows don't have the experience, and that's why we engage an external expert. For these reasons, I will not be supporting this alternative motion tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brenda Abrandis. Councillors, is there anyone else who would like to speak in favour of the alternative motion? No? Is there anyone else who would like to speak against the alternative motion? I will, but I'll keep it very briefly. Councillors, Council asked for the place-specific reviews of 5 properties at our 28 October 2025 Ordinary Council meeting, and those 5 properties included place number 85. I assume Council asked for those place reviews because Council wanted expert advice. I wasn't in the chamber at the time, but that's what I thought. I see at page 15 of the officer report that in November 2025, the City engaged an independent heritage consultant to undertake place-specific reviews in accordance with Council's resolution, the outcome of which forms the basis of this report. Okay, so the expert advice is that place number 85 warrants a Category 2 record. I've listened to the speakers in favour of the alternative motion, but I haven't heard any evidence that persuades me that the Category 2 listing is incorrect and a Category 3 listing would be correct. And to paraphrase an earlier argument, who am I to go against the expert in the absence of any such evidence? So, keeping it short, I'll be voting against this alternative motion and I will be supporting the officer recommendation. That's me. Is there anyone else who would like to speak either for or against who hasn't spoken? Councillor Raison.
I have another question.
By all means.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Question for the administration is about the legislative effect of this survey. As I understand, looking at the context here, we have to prepare a survey. That's a legal requirement. And that when we prepare that survey, what we put on there are places that, in our opinion, are or may become of cultural heritage significance. And when we do that, there's guidelines that we have to follow and that there are certain purposes. It does say that nothing stops us from exercising a discretion, but a key thing for me is the legislative impact. So what is the legislative impact of a survey? Does it have any legal weight?
Thank you. Director Shaw.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So Council is already complying with its legislative obligations under the Heritage Act to prepare a local heritage survey because it has one and it's adopted. In terms of the statutory implications, the local heritage survey itself has no implications, but it's used to guide the creation of the heritage list. And so the City has previously recommended that all Category 1 and 2 places on the local heritage survey be considered for inclusion on the heritage list. If a property is included on the heritage list, the regulations provide it excludes heritage places in some instances from being exempt from requiring development approval. So it effectively can trigger the need for a development approval where a place is contained on the local heritage list.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Councillor Raison.
Thank you, Director Shaw. Just a follow-up question. You mentioned that the City's previously recommended Category 1 and 2 properties on the survey are recommended for the heritage list. What is the basis for that if there's no policy and guidelines in place?
Director Shaw.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So Category 1s and 2 places typically have a greater level of cultural heritage significance to the district, but it is open for Council to consider any iteration of places for inclusion on the heritage list. So it could be only Category 1, or it could be Categories 1 to 4 on the heritage list, or any other iteration of the classifications of significance. The heritage Act itself and the planning regulations don't prescribe criteria in which category of places must be included in the local heritage list. So it is completely open to council to consider which places form the heritage list.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Councillors, is there anyone? Councillor Lees. Assume it's a question because you've spoken.
I have spoken, and yes, this is a question. So on that matter further, Mr Mayor, I was just wanting to confirm that, or ask the question, so if 49 Forest Street proceeds as a Category 2 on the heritage, as we're proposing tonight, does that mean that that has to be included on the heritage list, or is that something that gets decided at a later date, potentially, if we want to go down that track?
Ms Shaw.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. No, it doesn't mean that it would be included because there's a separate process. So what would happen should council resolve to adopt the officer recommendation? The city would then prepare the updated place records and present them to council for consideration for advertising. Following advertising, the local heritage survey would then be represented to council for adoption. Depending on the category of places within that document, the city would then present an updated draft heritage list for council to consider. There would then be separate advertising requirements in accordance with the planning regulations that must be undertaken prior to council then reconsidering the heritage list itself and adopting that heritage list. So there are a number of steps to go. The city's advice would be that it would, consistent with the previous process, recommend categories 1s and 2s for inclusion in the heritage list, but council does not need to include those places just because they have that category of significance in the local heritage survey.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Councillor Lees.
My recollection from last year was that we did have an item that was identified on the local heritage survey as a Category 3 level, and that was Blue Waters. It was changed by council at the local heritage survey when the local heritage survey was considered from a 2 to a 3. And then am I correct in understanding that it was then included on the local heritage list as a Category 3 place?
Ms Shaw.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Councillors, is there anyone who would like to speak either for or against on the alternative motion who hasn't already spoken? No. In that case, Councillor Prendeville, you have 5 minutes to rebut any arguments made against your alternative motion during debate.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just briefly for some clarification around the number one reasons for change on the alternative motion. I wasn't stating that the city's administration didn't go through the proper process. I believe what happened was the paperwork was delivered to 44 Angelo Street and therefore never received by the homeowner. So they didn't have, because the address had changed to 49 Forest Street, so they didn't have the opportunity to come and state their case as to why they did not wish for their home to be classified in that way. At the time, we heard from a lot of other homeowners and those that were quite strongly opposing the classification, as rightly they should, being their own home. Those were the homes and the place numbers that were reclassified at that time, or when we went through that in the beginning, at the middle of last year. If this was my home, the evidence or the grounds that I would be presenting would be my own rights. It's my home, and it's my home. Why is it not my choice? I find this quite difficult. This is very different to wanting to... I understand we apply restrictions to homes in the city of South Perth. This to me is very different from wanting to remove one tree. This could possibly have a huge impact on the future of my own home. I am not asking the Windsor Hotel to have be changed to a category 3 because someone walked by one day and had a thought and asked us to. This alternative motion is in no way ad hoc or reactive. It is very considered, and the consideration and the process began when we began this process mid last year. This is a private residence. This is somebody's home. Don't get me wrong, this would be devastating if something happened to this property. It is a beautiful piece of architecture and an amazing piece of local heritage. I understand that, and that is not where I'm coming from. Let me be very clear. I do not disagree with the consultant's report. I do not claim to be a heritage expert. For me, this is somebody's home. It is not our decision to potentially inflict restrictions on this home. Whether you believe that the restrictions would have negative effects on the value of the home or not, none of us can really say that it will or it will not. We just cannot make that decision or make that statement with pure certainty. Category 3 keeps this property on our local heritage survey. It has significance, but doing so, it also respects the wishes of the homeowner. And that's I think that's really important. So I ask you to please think about the reasons behind the alternative motion, and what would you do if it was your home? Well, it doesn't matter, I suppose, because if it was your home, it would be your decision. And this homeowner isn't here; they're not on council, and I think we need to respect their decisions on their home. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Prendeville. So, councillors, I'm about to put Councillor Prendeville's alternative motion to the vote. If it succeeds, it succeeds. If it doesn't succeed, Councillor Lees has foreshadowed the officer recommendation. So with that, councillors, please cast your votes on the alternative motion. All right, the votes are in. Those who voted in favour of Councillor Prendeville's alternative motion were Councillor De Souza, Councillor Howling and Councillor Prendeville. Those who voted against were Councillor Brenda Abrandis, Councillor Lees, Mayor Milner, Councillor Raison and Councillor Russell. Councillor Lees, you foreshadowed the officer recommendation. Would you like to move that now? Yep. No need to read it again because it's in the agenda. I'll just see if anyone's wanting to second the officer recommendation. Councillor Brenda Abrandis, Councillor Lees, the floor is yours for your reasons.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It is important that we follow the advice of the experts and agree to the city preparing an updated local heritage survey, incorporating these newly revised place records so that we can progress them to the advertising stage. In doing so, we are upholding our responsibilities under the relevant heritage legislation, which requires local governments to maintain an accurate contemporary record of places of cultural heritage significance. Our local heritage survey must be an honest reflection of our heritage, and that accuracy depends on respecting the expertise we have sought. A reliable survey is essential to our community identity and to the preservation of our history. As I said earlier, I appreciated the deputations last week from the owner of 49 Forest Street and now also that from the representatives of Wesley College, and I understand the concerns they raised. However, again, I do not believe they provide sufficient grounds for departing from the expert advice before us. Our legislative obligations require us to base heritage assessments on professional, evidence-based analysis, not on individual preferences or anticipated future outcomes. There are many steps ahead before any decision is made about whether these places are included on our heritage list. This is not the stage at which we should be changing categories. We need to follow the expert advice, the expert recommendations, simply to avoid potential in conflict with expert recommendations, simply to avoid potential future listing. The legislation sets out clear staged process for assessment, consultation and decision making. Our responsibility at this point is to protect the integrity of that process and ensure it proceeds in accordance with statutory requirements. As I said earlier, I don't believe listing on a heritage survey is an impediment, and that's what we are looking to do at this point. In the case of Wesley College, the consultant's recommendations do not alter the current obligations of the landowner arising from its state heritage listing. Internal works to buildings that are not themselves of cultural heritage significance, such as the Wesley Gym, are already exempt from development approval under the Dean provisions, and this would remain unchanged. External alterations already require development approval, whether or not a place is heritage protected. The only difference is that the applications in the case of heritage protected places that they need to be referred to the State Heritage Council for comment, which is typically a straightforward process where there is no impact on cultural heritage significance. The consultant's recommendation to extend Wesley's place boundaries to include the lot fronting Mill Point is not something for us to contest at this point. It reflects their professional judgment, and we are required to give due regard to that advice when preparing our local heritage survey, or in this case updating it. Importantly, this does not constitute an expansion of the state heritage listing that currently applies, and my belief is that we should proceed accordingly. Our heritage and this survey are important records of our past, records that serve our community and identify now and will continue to do so into the future. Meeting our statutory obligations is not a procedural formality, it is a commitment to ensuring these records are accurate, defensible and reflective of the significance of the places they describe. We need to progress the inclusion of these significant places on our heritage survey as a priority, and that's why I am moving this or supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lees. Councillor Brenda Abrandis, you're the seconder. Would you like to speak?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll keep it very brief. Councillor Lees has provided a lot of detail. I am supporting the officer's recommendation. This is an assessment, as I've articulated earlier, that has been based on established criteria. It takes into account scientific and social value and historical value. There is a measurement process that has been applied consistently with the standards, and an independent expert has actually formed opinions on the properties, and this is very important for our decision making as we are not experts. For these reasons, I will be accepting the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brenda Abrandis. Councillors, is there anyone who wishes to speak against the officer recommendation? Councillor Howling?
Just some questions to start with. If I may, through the chair, and I would expect probably Development Services Director may be able to answer. It was suggested that there were some scientific principles that were applied to the question of the determination of the properties included. Firstly, which properties have had those criteria applied to them? Are you aware of that?
Ms Shaw?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. No, and it may be a question for Councillor Brenda Abrandis as to the property itself.
Thank you. If I may, through the chair, a second question. It was suggested that the social values would be or have been included within this report as reasons. First question in sub A to that is, what social values have been expressly considered?
Ms Shaw?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Without going into the attachment, my understanding is that the independent heritage consultant considered the social values in particular of Wesley College and the St Columbia's Church Group, as well as the Royal Perth Golf Club, in terms of different attributes from a social perspective that those places contribute towards the cultural heritage of the district.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Councillor Howling, another question?
Yes, thank you. And so B to that is, how are we to determine, and how has the expert determined the question of social value on an objective basis when the report hasn't set that out?
Ms Shaw?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Sorry, is the question in relation to the independent heritage consultants report and how they how they came to that conclusion. I would assume that they've used the requirements of the Heritage Council's guidelines in respect to local heritage surveys. The Heritage Council also has assessment guidelines that can use to determine the classification of significance of the place itself.
Thank you, Ms Shaw.
Sub C to that is, if I may, through you, the Chair, would you accept that there is nothing expressly in this report to give us the guidance in respect of A, the social values that have been used, or B, how those have been expressly applied according to the relevant criteria as expressed within those guidelines?
Ms Shaw.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Are you asking whether or not the consultant has provided sufficient detail for us to consider it worthy of inclusion? Sorry, if you just wouldn't mind repeating the question.
Yep, sure. So in terms of social values, if we haven't received a criteria contained within the report and the guidelines expresses social values in the manner that it describes them, how are we able to apply what those guidelines and criteria are such that we're able to be satisfied under, and you mentioned Wesley, we're able to be satisfied that those criteria have in fact been applied in respect of the social values? And I'll come to, obviously, that in further detail in a sec.
Ms Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the City hasn't undertaken a further review of the Heritage Consultant's independent assessment. The requirement from the previous resolution of Council was such that the City engage or undertake place-specific reviews, and the City then proceeded to engage a heritage consultant to provide the independent expert advice. So as to how that heritage consultant has prepared that recommendation, as I said, that would likely be in accordance with the guidelines for local heritage surveys prepared by the Heritage Council of Western Australia. But I do appreciate that the heritage consultant has not included that criteria within the report presented to Council. As to whether or not Council would seek to rely on the independent heritage advice, that's the matter for Council to consider.
Thank you, Ms Shaw.
If I may, a further question. I accept that it is the matters that we need to consider, but would you accept that there is no such scientific, firstly, criteria, and in fact, the guidelines requirements in respect of the social values haven't been expressly set out as to what are being applied and then how they've been applied within that report?
Ms Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, as I mentioned, the City didn't assess the independent heritage consultant's view, or we didn't undertake a peer review of their report. We simply considered what they had presented and presented that for Council to consider for the place records. The City's original assessment and the recommendation for the classifications of significance were presented to Council as part of the original draft of the local heritage survey, and you can see in the body of the report where there has been the review by the previous independent heritage consultant and now this recommendation.
Councillor Howling, do you have many more questions?
Yes, I just have another.
All right, I'm allowing one more.
Have you now taken that opportunity to review the report in accordance with those guidelines and standards, and have you formed any view as to how this report may have been, in fact, or is able to be improved? If you have, yes, or if you haven't, no.
Ms Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, we haven't undertaken a further assessment of their recommendation. I do have views on how the report could be improved, but as I mentioned, we simply presented to Council what the independent consultant had prepared.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Councillors, is there anyone who would like to speak against the officer recommendation?
Yes,
Councillor Howling.
Thank you, I would. And thank you to Director Shaw for ably answering the questions. This is not a report that sets out the scientific and social values. Neither does it apply the guidelines, and neither is it anywhere stated within the document how those guidelines might in fact come to bear. Instead, what we have is someone, I don't know their expertise, I don't know their instructions, I don't know the way that they've formed their opinion. Now that becomes the basis to the opinion. Now that is so fundamental. That's our work. We have to determine whether or not an expert's report in fact falls within what we would properly expect within an expert's report. Now, I appreciate the candour of the Director of Development Services, but this is not a standard of report that I would have used in order to be able to satisfy myself that the properties listed satisfy the requirements in respect of heritage from what one of the councillors said they were satisfied that it properly addressed scientific as well as social values. It simply doesn't. So what we are left with is a report that is bureaucracy with the greatest of respect gone mad, because it in fact identifies
Councillor Howling, some people might say bureaucracy gone mad is disrespectful. Can you please abide by the standing orders and the code of conduct?
Well, it's the process by which certain properties are identified that end up, such as the gym at a school, or the 1968 building, which has been significantly amended subsequently, or the future pool to be built at the school, all falling within classifications of heritage. They haven't even been built, and we're going to say that that becomes heritage. Now, with the greatest of respect to the author of this report, it does not satisfy me that it applies the independent criteria on which we properly ought to base our opinions. I can't pass it tonight. It hasn't been digested by our Director of Development Services and provided by way of a further and a separate report, and I understand why. Look at the dates. This was finally finalised on the 9th of March. The Director of Development Services would have been under significant pressure. It's been put before us, but it doesn't do what is necessary to do. And what we need to do when we're dealing with people's property is have a sufficient basis on which we're able to explain to those people why we are dealing with their property in a particular way. And as it presently stands, the way within which I cannot explain to some of these people why they're, for example, the Wesley College swimming pool and to be built into the future is to be included as part of a heritage survey. With the greatest respect, it fails. It fails to apply the objective criteria. It fails to apply what is required by the guidelines. And it is a view of somebody whose expertise we don't even know, for which they tender a report on the 9th of March, and there is no significant digesting of this particular report to give us guidance about whether or not, in fact, it satisfies whatever those instructions that might have been given to this expert. It doesn't pass the test. It doesn't pass the test of what we need to determine what criteria we apply and how we approach the question of whether or not it is properly to be considered a heritage place, so that we're able to be satisfied tonight to pass a decision. Anybody that's making a decision on the basis of this particular report as it's before them, said to be an expert's report drafted by an expert, has not really looked in great detail at whether or not the fundamental criteria that we need to be satisfied of has properly been addressed, and it simply hasn't. So I urge you all to vote against this particular proposal, and at such time as in the future we receive a report that properly steps out all of the relevant criteria and sets it all out so that we're able to properly give a consideration to whether or not to support such a proposal or not, I say that we place this on hold. And so I ask you to vote against it, because the undertaking that we are doing tonight is serious, it's necessary, and we must have the evidence to justify why we're going to impact on a person's property by way of placing it onto a heritage survey, so that we can look at them in the eyes and say, we looked at this, there was a social and scientific study that has been properly undertaken in accordance with the requirements of the guidelines, and for that reason I'm content. And I can look at you in the eyes and say, I'm content that it satisfied what was needing to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howling. Councillors, is there anyone who would like to speak in favour of the officer recommendation? I guess I will. We asked for specific place reviews of 5 properties. We got specific place reviews from 5 properties from an independent heritage consultant. Just because we don't like the advice doesn't mean we shouldn't heed it. That's all I've got to say. Is there anyone, no applause please. Is there anyone else who would like to speak either for or against the officer recommendation? No. In that case, Councillor Lees, you've got 5 minutes to make any rebuttals of any arguments made against the officer recommendation during debate.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I will be brief. When I look through the attachment, which is the consultant's report, there is information provided about the assessment of the heritage places and the criteria indicators of cultural heritage significance being aesthetic, historic, scientific, social, spiritual, rarity and representatives. They detail the process they went through, the review process and recommendations, and then they finally, in relation to, and just bear with me, in relation to 49, and I've lost it now. 49 Forest Street, they identify that the place is proposed as a Category 2 place and on the list for its aesthetic, social and historical value, and 39 Anstey Street be placed on the Category 2 on the list for its aesthetic, social and historical values. Category 1, the other items, from me, are pretty straightforward because they are already on the State Heritage list as Category 1 places. So I don't think there's any arguing about the appropriateness of that. The places are necessarily identified on the basis of lot boundary in accordance with the guidelines provided by the State Heritage Council. So while the gym might be included within that place, it does not mean the gym is of cultural heritage significance, and this will be borne out in the documentation that is provided with the local heritage survey when it goes out for advertising. So as I'm saying, a heritage protected place does not mean that every building on that place is of cultural heritage significance. Hence, the discussion about the gym or the pool is not really relevant from my point of view. So what we are proposing now is an undertaking to continue a process to consider inclusion of these places on the heritage survey. It is based on expert advice, and it is not saying they will be on the heritage survey. It is continuing the process, and I think that is entirely appropriate at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lees. Councillors, I'm putting the officer recommendation to the vote. Please cast your votes. All right, the votes are in. Those who voted in favour of the officer recommendation were Councillor Brenda Abrandis, Councillor Lees, Mayor Milner, Councillor Raison and Councillor Russell. Those who voted against were Councillor De Souza, Councillor Howling and Councillor Prendeville. We now move on to item 10.3.4, which is entitled Proposed Tree Damaging Activity to Regulated Trees, Lot 2, number 23, Monk Street in Kensington. Councillor Lees, I understand that you have a proposed amendment to this. If you would like, I'll give you an opportunity to move straight with the amended version. Would you like to do that? And if so, would you like to read your amended motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. So in relation to item 10.3.4, proposed tree damaging activity to regulated trees, lot 2, number 23, Monk Street, Kensington. My amendment to the substantive motion is, so I'll read the whole motion with the condition added being my amendment. So that pursuant to the provisions of the City of South Perth Local Planning Scheme number 7 and the Metropolitan Region Scheme, this application for development approval for tree damaging activity to regulated trees on lot 2, number 23, Monk Street, Kensington, be approved, subject to the following condition. 1, 3 trees must be planted on site. The trees must be a minimum of 250 litre pot size at the time of planting, and both the trees and the tree growth zones must be retained and maintained to the satisfaction of the City of South Perth.
Thank you for that. I'll see if anyone's willing to second that. Councillors, anyone wanting to second the amended motion? Councillor Brenda Abrandis, thank you. Councillor Lees, the floor is yours for your reasons.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Firstly, I would like to say that I am concerned about the precedent set by bringing this application to Council without it progressing through the normal process and being presented at the agenda briefing. Nonetheless, I acknowledge that extenuating circumstances apply in this instance. For me, the loss of tree canopy on this site is regrettable. However, I accept the administration's advice that given the building permit for the swimming pool was issued prior to the adoption of the tree retention local planning policy, and the applicant has put forward sufficient justification and evidence that the administration believe is appropriate, the application should be approved. I also consider it appropriate that a condition be imposed to reflect the landowner's offer to plant 3 250mm trees as compensation, and I believe that this should be included as a formal condition of approval as I am proposing. By imposing a condition requiring the planting of these trees, council and the community can have certainty that the canopy replacement will occur and the resulting long-term environmental benefits will be realised. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lees. Councillor Brenda Abrandis, would you like to speak?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I support the amended motion on the premise that the owners were actually quite willing to actually plant additional trees in place of the tree that was actually to be removed. So in all, I do support this motion. I am still quite concerned that the motion wasn't presented at the agenda briefing, as it had not afforded the community the opportunity to speak to this item. But I am supportive of the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brenda Abrandis. Councillors, does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? Councillor Brandeville.
Just a question, please, Mr Mayor. And just wanted to ask the city how they would propose to monitor the condition and growth of the trees.
Thank you for the question. Ms Shaw.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. We have a planning compliance officer who can undertake inspections, and we constantly monitor our aerial photography.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Councillor Russell, speaking or asking a question?
Question, thank you, Mr Mayor. If I look at the arborist report, am I correct by saying if the 3 trees are removed, then there's no trees on site?
Ms Shaw?
Oh, thank you, Mr Mayor. I would need to just check the site plan to be sure, if I can have a minute to do that.
Sure. That's page 78 of page 180 of the attachments.
I appreciate the effort, but I can't make exceptions. I've got to be fair to everyone, but thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm just looking at the most recent aerial photography that we had, and it does provide that. I think there's a separate tree provided on the site that's retained, but these trees would be removed.
Thank you, Ms Shaw.
Just to
Councillor
confirm,
Russell?
Just to confirm, there is 4 trees on site, and removal of 3 trees, there would be a remaining tree.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, just based on the site plan itself, these would be the 3 trees to be removed. I would need to take the question on notice and look into it further.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Russell?
Yes, if I look at the R codes, volume 1, part B for single dwellings for codes less than R40, which I think this fits, it would seem that a minimum of 1 tree is required if there was to be a DA on this side. Does the city know what size tree that would be?
Ms Shaw?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I believe it's a small tree, but I can bring up the requirements. I might actually take that one on notice so I can search. I know it's a 2x2 area, but I don't have the specifics of the tree itself.
Okay.
Further question, Councillor Russell?
No, thank you.
All right. Councillors, is there anyone who would like to speak against the amendment?
Just some questions, if I may, before I consider that.
Please proceed.
Now, the city obviously has come to a view that this is development, have they?
Ms Shaw?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The City is applying the requirements of the local planning policy.
Thank you. If I may, you would accept that the local planning policy deals with exemptions for those trees that are in a certain set of circumstances. That's the purpose, or one of the purposes of the policy, is it not?
Ms Shaw?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So the purpose of the local planning policy is effectively to prescribe the type of tree that would otherwise be considered development for the purposes of assessment. And so in the City applying the requirements of the local planning policy, we've looked at the specifications of the tree to see whether it met that criteria, and on that basis have undertaken this assessment.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Councillor Howling?
Thank you. But you would agree, though, that you still need to form the first view, not just say that the policy prescribes what's development. You can use the policy to apply or consider it. You still need to form a view as to whether or not, for the purposes of the legislation, that is the Act, whether this is development within the meaning of the Act and within the meaning of the case of Zorzi. Would you not?
Ms Shaw?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So you're correct in the sense that Zorzi obviously establishes that you need to first consider whether the tree is significant enough to otherwise warrant development approval, and I agree with that. The City then has separate requirements in terms of requiring the requirement to comply with the council policies that have been established. So the criteria that council has effectively established as to what constitutes a significant tree is prescribed within those parameters of the policy to which the City is applying. If, for example, the policy wasn't in existence and we were then taking the view of what we consider to be significant based on the amenity, the streetscape locality, etc., the City or the decision maker may form a different view as to what constitutes a significant tree or not. But for the purposes of this application, the City is required to consider and apply the requirements of the local planning policy as the starting point.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Councillor Howling?
Thank you. And so that I can consider this question, you would accept, though, that a policy can't define what's development. It can only be used as a document to provide you with a guide, or in the language of policy, as you're aware, to have regard to that particular instrument to determine whether or not it is a document that is to be applied for the purpose of determining whether or not something is development to start with.
Ms Shaw?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I do agree with that, and I don't believe a local planning policy should be used to otherwise determine what constitutes development or not. It should be used to guide discretionary decision making. However, the City is required to comply with Council's adopted policies and has therefore been applying the requirements of this policy.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Councillor Howling, do you have many more questions?
Last question.
All right, this is the last one.
Sorry?
This is the last one, is that what you just said?
Yes, thank you. So it's open in applying our discretion to determine whether or not we would consider this to be development. That's the first point. And B, would you accept that even if they went ahead and cleared these trees, that it would be highly unlikely for a prosecution to be able to be successful?
Ms Shaw?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It's open to Council to apply its policy and having just regard to the provisions of the policy itself. So Council can depart from the provisions of the policy in considering this application. In terms of whether or not there would be a likely successful prosecution, the City would need to consider whether it's in the public interest to even commence prosecution proceedings, but we would also need to consider any available evidence based on the likelihood of the successful prosecution. So whether we had evidence that the landowner did undertake removal of those trees without approval, and the impact that those trees had on the streetscape in terms of what a potential penalty would be.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Councillors, is there anyone who would like to speak in favour of the officer recommendation who hasn't already spoken? No? Is there anyone else who would like to speak against the officer recommendation? Sorry, the amendment, I should say, my bad. the amendment who hasn't already spoken?
Yes, I'd like to speak against the proposed amendment. Firstly, the policy, the city comes to us, and that's the city administration, because they say, look, you've adopted a policy, and the policy has, for our purposes, and that was the exchange that I was having with Director Shaw, prescribed those matters which are contained within that policy that we consider, once we receive a development application, needs to come to you as council. The starting threshold has to be, is this development at all? That is it a development that is likely to have a serious, significant impact on matters, to apply something out of Zorsey, the amenity of the location, or the nature of the tree is such that it's a pretty important tree? These are not. And so it doesn't even pass the first threshold question as to whether or not we should be intermeddling. Now, with the greatest of respect, but this seems to be bureaucratic overreach, where we are identifying more than what the legislation would otherwise have identified for the purposes of what it is that requires development applications. In other words, we're asking people to make a development application, hold up their development for a period of some 4 to 5 months while they await to determine a development application, which ultimately comes before council. But in the meantime, owners are left with either construction contracts or costs associated with it and significant delay. I cannot support every tree that is going to ever be cut down to be considered to be development. It's simply not. And I can't support the fact that our policy then is to be always applied as if it then takes away the absolute total discretion, I understand why it's said, of the officers to determine whether or not something is development in the first instance. Cutting down these trees is not development. There is no way that it's development. They did not have to make an application. But people are scared, they're concerned. There could be no, in my view, at the very least, no successful prosecution on the basis that it is development, a threshold question to be determined. So accordingly, I can't support a motion that then suggests that further conditions are to be imposed. My view is the development ought to be approved as quickly and certainly as possible. We need to get away with things, get away with having put a development approval in place and not go back for our hat. Because let me say this, that we will have escaped the lion's den, but going back for our hat and putting a condition is not a wise approach. If this were to be made, an application were to be made, as the owners could have done because it was deemed refused, to the State Administrative Tribunal, I cannot begin to imagine that the State Administrative Tribunal would have automatically accepted this was a development. I can't see it. The criteria is not applied. There is nothing contained within the report to say that it's development. The only reason why this is before us at the present time is because of a local planning policy, but otherwise it wouldn't have been before us. And I have amendments to the delegations register on purpose because we need to stop slowing up business within this town. We need to enable people to get on with doing what they want to do, build houses, build families, and live in this place in the way within which most people would, and not constantly be involved in everybody's life by imposing conditions which, in my view, are bureaucratic overreach. I won't use the other words that I used before because it's gone too far. This is not development. So for that reason, I ask that you support me in not supporting this motion, allow the development to get through with a minimum number of conditions, and let's not go back for our hat.
Thank you, Councillor Howling. Councillors, is there anyone who would like to speak in favour of the amendment who hasn't already spoken? Question for Councillor Razon.
Yes, if I may, through you, Mr Mayor. Just to refresh my memory, my understanding is that in the development application that the owners actually were the ones to offer to replace the trees that are being removed with 3 trees. Just would like that to be confirmed, please.
Thank you. Ms Shaw?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, that's correct, as contained in the attachment to the report.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Councillors, is there anyone who would like to speak in favour of the amendment who hasn't already spoken? I guess I will. Once again, I'll keep it pretty short. I find myself in the curious situation of defending a policy that I actually voted against when it was passed, but it is a City of South Perth policy. It is based on the Wowga template. My understanding is the applicants don't actually have a problem and in fact offered to plant 3 trees on their property. I don't see the problem. That's me. Is there anyone else who would like to speak either for or against the amendment? No. Okay. In that case, Councillor Lees, you were the mover, so... Councillor Howling, you spoke against, do you intend to foreshadow the officer recommendation in the event that the amendment is unsuccessful?
Sorry, just had to remind myself of what it was, so thank you for the time. Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. So, Councillor Lees, you're the mover, so you've now got 5 minutes, if you would like to do so, to rebut any arguments made against your amendment during debate. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I won't take 5 minutes. We have a development application before us for determination. This is not a time for us to be debating the veracity of Local Planning Policy 3.2. The recommendation proposes approval as requested by the applicants, and it ensures the planting of trees as offered by the applicant. So I think it is entirely appropriate and I put it for you for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lees. Councillors, I'm putting Councillor Lees' amendment to the vote. If it passes, it passes. If it does not pass, Councillor Howling has foreshadowed the officer recommendation. So if the amendment does not pass, I will invite Councillor Howling to move the officer recommendation. Councillors, please cast your votes on the amendment. And I'm just waiting on one more vote. All right, the votes are in. Those in favour of Councillor Lee's amendment were, it's been carried by the way, are Councillor Brenda Abrandis, Councillor Lees, Mayor Milner, Councillor Prendeville, Councillor Raison and Councillor Russell. Those who voted against were Councillor D'Souza and Councillor Howling. Okay, we move on to the next item to be withdrawn for discussion this evening, which is item 10.4.1, entitled Delegation DC 690, Local Planning Scheme number 7. And councillors, before I open debate on this item, we've got 2 amendments that have been submitted, one by Councillor Howling and one by Councillor Lees. There is a potential issue under our standing orders here because Councillor Howling's amendment wants to determine one thing, while Councillor Lees would like to go in the opposite direction. And under the Standing Orders Local Law, Clause 10.11 says that an amendment to a substantive motion must not negate or contradict the substantive motion or the intent of the substantive motion that it seeks to amend, or raise a point already disposed of by an earlier vote at the meeting, or be inconsistent with an amendment already agreed to when voted on. Councillor Howling's amendment was first in time, so I'm going to give him first bite at the cherry. But if we were, for example, to pass Councillor Howling's amendment and then pass Councillor Lee's amendment, which in at least one instance does the opposite of what Councillor Howling's amendment wants, we've got a bit of a problem. So we might need to suspend standing orders if that's the path we go down to give effect to it. So I just thought I'd give everyone a bit of a heads up there in advance that we can't pass both amendments without suspending the standing orders during the consideration of Councillor Lee's amendment. All right. With that, I'll invite Councillor Howling to move his amendment to item 10.4.1. Councillor Howling, if you'd like to read the actual amendment itself, and then I'll see about a seconder.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Firstly, the amendment is to the substantive motion that Council adopt the Council Delegation DC 690 Local Planning Scheme number 7 as tabled at attachment C. can go through each one of those proposed amendments which are included within attachment C. Firstly, the proper delegation or the responsible officer always must be the Director of Development and Community Services, and so the Chief Executive Officer, so removing Director of Development and Community Services. The delegation, the express delegation head of power is clause 82, subdelegation 83.
You know what, Councillor Howling, I'm going to interrupt. I think this is going to get very, very confusing if
Very
people
tedious.
are just relying on you orally setting out what the amendments are. I understand that everyone's been given hard copies of the amended document, and I think governance might be getting it up on the screen for us. So I'm content for you to simply read what you've already read, and then I'll see about a seconder. Would anyone like to second Councillor Howling's amendment? Councillor D'Souza, Councillor Howling, the floor is yours for the reasons.
Thank you, and I'm grateful for that indulgence for really a suspension of the standing orders and reading out each one of those items because they are included and most easily able to be followed of what's in attachment C. Look, there's a lot of cleaning up. But can I say this, that delegations are really something that only get poured over in enormous detail when somebody is perhaps the subject of a prosecution or something is going to court or there is an express question as to whether or not somebody has properly exercised their powers in accordance with those parts which have been properly delegated. Now, local government can sometimes make a bit of a hash out of this in comparison with state government, but nevertheless, what is being done is in large measure cleaning these things up. We delegate to the Chief Executive Officer. It's the Chief Executive Officer then makes the delegations. You can prescribe who those sub-delegatees are. It's not necessary, and I think it puts an extra layer and burden that is unnecessary. And so there's the amendments which are in form. For example, make a determination, not just the determination. The authority to make a determination. It fixes up what has been written. Now, this takes a long time to go through. Anybody that's gone through this and trying to fix it up is going to spend a lot of time. So a lot of this is procedural in its nature. Where it's not is really in respect of structure plans. It's looking to ensure that there is no question that we are going to retain our powers to review structure plans and strategic planning documents, and it's going back a little bit of time, but for example, that we even determine all matters relevant to the local planning policies, that's part 5, and fixing up a little bit of the authority and the way within which it operates under clause 5, so that it's clearer, and removing some parts in respect of those matters which are expressly the subject of delegation, and I'll explain that because perhaps those parts are the most substantial. So apart from those parts of what I'm proposing which are formalistic, I've come onto council and we've dealt with many, many matters that do not need properly to be the subject of 8 or 9, 10 people sitting around a table having long debates about whether or not a tree damaging activity ought to be before the council. Now, the reason it's before council is because it's included within the local planning policy, and so accordingly, if it's going to be removed from our table and expressly the subject of delegation, there needs to be clear wording to that effect. I say that the wording to that effect is to remove it and to make clear, if necessary, by additional words, if required, that it is the subject of express delegation to the administration, because otherwise we end up with the sorts of things that we just dealt with. A person put an application in for a development approval which related to some trees at their property that they're building with a family in Monk Street in Kensington, and 5 months or 4 months later they still didn't have their development approval. It was separated and it took a long time. Then it was going to take even greater period of time because it was proposed to be sent to council for decision in April. That's not good enough. We're not opening our doors for business when every time on a simple question of a tree, we need to make a decision. I didn't join this council to decide whether a stump ought to be continued to be cleared from the ground. I've come here to make strategic decisions. Those are the decisions which relate to planning policies, they relate to structure plans, they relate to the local planning policies, as well as the local planning strategies. I can't help but feel that trees and removal of single trees, or 3 to 5 trees, 10 maybe on a property, can't be dealt with at an officer level. I have the confidence in the officers that they are capable of doing this. If we need to have a policy, then we will do that. But they are able to determine whether or not this ought to be a matter that they make a decision about. Because, quite frankly, every week we're dealing with questions relevant to the removal of trees. They're usually proposed by way of...
That's 5 minutes, Councillor Howling. I'm happy to move a motion that you be granted a further 5 minutes. Would anyone like to second that motion? Councillor Prendeville, thank you. Councillors, please cast your votes on a motion that Councillor Howling be granted a further 5 minutes. And that was unanimous. Thank you. Apologies for the interruption, Councillor Howling. Please continue.
And so I want to get back to core business, not deciding single trees or a tree or a group of 2 trees, but deciding the central questions that is necessary. Strategic planning instruments, keep those powers, keep everything relevant to strategic planning, but take off our agenda some of the applications that have come before us for development approval for clearing trees. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howling. Councillor De Souza, you are the seconder. Would you like to speak?
I would, Mr Mayor, and I'll be very brief because I think Councillor Howling's gone into depth for his reasons. I'll just touch on the strategic focus aspect. It's not tenable, it's not a good or effective use of council time to spend half an hour to an hour at near on every meeting considering the merits or not of a specific tree damaging activity DA. I think separately to that, the appropriate delegate for this item is appropriately the CEO, and I think that this motion, as drafted by Councillor Howling, will hopefully allow Council to retain the appropriate delegation controls whilst also focusing on our broader strategic remit, which is actually what we're here to do.
Thank you, Councillor De Souza. Councillors, is there anyone who would like to speak against Councillor Howling's amendment? No? Is there anyone who would like to speak? Oh, Councillor Lees.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So as we all know now, have probably known for some time, delegations play an important role in balancing operational efficiency with the community's expectations for clarity and transparency. As Councillor Howling has noted, they enable the council to focus as much as possible on strategic matters and leave administration to the administration. Their importance is not in question for me. I do want to say that I am disappointed that amendments to Delegation DC 690 are being dealt with now. Councillors were briefed on the proposed local planning scheme delegation changes on the 3rd of February and were invited at that time to provide feedback before the report was finalised, which I did. So it was disappointing to see such extensive amendments submitted last month in between a meeting that was adjourned, ultimately causing the matter to be deferred. Notwithstanding this, I have now reviewed the amendments before us in detail. While many aspects will have limited impact, some are, in my view, inappropriate. For this reason, I cannot support the amendment as presented and foreshadow my amendment to the substantive motion, which accepts the majority of changes while addressing the matters of concern to me. So, in particular, I can support the following. A number of the proposed amendments are editorial or administrative rather than strategic, and therefore not matters for council. However, as the city has confirmed they are workable, I am largely comfortable in accepting them. I also support the removal of delegation for minor amendments to structure plans, noting such amendments are rare. Similarly, I support the removal of delegation for later approvals of details under local development plans on the same basis. But I do not support the removal of delegation for minor amendments to local planning policies under clause 5.2. These changes typically involve terminology updates, naming corrections, or alignment with recently adopted policies. So they are not something that the council should be dealing with. They are not strategic in nature. And so council consideration does not create efficiencies or support a strategic focus. It is appropriate that the city retain this delegation. The proposal by Councillor Howling for the city to have delegation to issue heritage conservation notices as proposed is also not appropriate, in my view. Given the potential financial implications, particularly where non-compliance may result in the local government undertaking repairs and recovering costs, it is more appropriate that these decisions remain with council. While I largely support the delegation on tree damaging activity, as the local planning policy for the most part provides clear and measurable guidance, I do not wish to create an administrative burden or delays in determinations. I do not support delegations where tree removal is sought on the basis that a tree renders development unfeasible. This assessment is inherently subjective and warrants council consideration. For this reason, I believe a more nuanced approach is appropriate as proposed in my foreshadowed amendment. In summary, while I understand that many of the amendments are workable for the administration, several are inappropriate and require a more balanced approach. So I will not be supporting this amendment, and I encourage councillors to look favourably upon my foreshadowed amendment, which provides a more workable and considered outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lees. Councillors, is there anyone who would like to speak in favour of Councillor Howling's amendment who hasn't already spoken? No? Is there anyone else who would like to speak against Councillor Howling's amendment who hasn't already spoken? Councillor Russell.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a question, please. Under Part 5, Local Planning Policies, and I read it, the determination to make an amendment to a local planning policy without advertising the amendment if, in the opinion of the delegated officer, the amendment is a minor amendment under clause 5.2 of the deemed provisions. That to me seems to be quite a below the level of interest of council, and therefore certainly within the remit of the city administration. Is the city aware of this same process in other local governments?
Ms Shaw?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I'm aware that other local governments have the delegation to undertake minor amendments to local planning policies.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Councillors, is there anyone who would like to speak against Councillor Howling's amendment who hasn't already spoken? Councillor Russell.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm just a little bit confused, and in fact I think some of the arguments are contradictory to themselves. And we just heard that, you know, this local planning policy is what we see here is to remove the process for the city officers to make a minor amendment to a local planning policy. Because that is certainly within the remit of the city administration. But yet, when it comes to trees, then that, which actually is a little bit more significant, seems to be within the city's delegation. I just find that those two quite contradictory, and therefore I won't be supporting this amendment motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Russell. Councillors, is there anyone who would like to speak in favour of Councillor Howling's proposed amendment who hasn't already spoken? No? Anyone else who wishes to speak against? No? Councillor Howling, the floor is yours if you'd like to rebut any arguments made during debate.
Thank you. Can I say that, firstly, addressing what Councillor Russell raises, there are a very few local governments who have local planning policies. And the reason for it is because the suggestion of a minor amendment starts out intentionally good and it ends up being much more significant than just being absolutely minor. There is no particular policy that we have as to what is minor, and with the greatest of respect, I don't consider that a minor amendment, sometimes where there's bracket creep or creep according to what it is, stays what I would consider from a strategic perspective to be simply minor. And so when we're dealing with comparison between local planning policies, clearly strategic, and operational, or those matters which are able to properly be decided by the administration, such as the removal of trees, with the greatest of respect, you're comparing oranges and apples. We are here dealing with a local planning policy that is strategic. When we are dealing with matters of trees, we are able to rely on our administration to approve. Now, we dealt with a tree, I think, 2 months ago, which was one stump in the ground after the council had gone down and told them to stop cutting it down. And then it had to wait before it came to council and took a significant delay. That's not good for the district. It doesn't provide certainty, doesn't provide clarity, and so I say that those matters ought properly to be the subject of delegation. But I don't agree that things such as amendments to structure plans or alternatively matters relevant to issues of even the issuing of a heritage notice needs to come before council. This is the issuing of a notice. Whether or not the council is going to go ahead and do the work at a future point in time must properly, in my view, fall within the discretion of the CEO. They'll get a quote, they'll determine what the cost is, and then they'll go about doing it. Really at heart, what's the problem with the delegations is that we can only have reliance on delegation where we've got appropriate policies in place. And I have said before, and I've said in the covering document, that there are many policies that are outdated, many of them require updating, and many of them require amendments to properly reflect the current position. The amendments of the amendments of our local planning policies were really only changed in essence to reflect TPS 6 to TPS 7, and that was a few years ago when there was a push on to make amendments to the policies. Now, what we've got today, in my view, is not a whole lot more than what it was recognised in 2024 that we needed to undertake a wholesale review of the policy framework to look to update it and make sure that it's current and fit for purpose. We can undertake delegations, we can rely on our officers where we have appropriate planning policies in place and where those policies guide the exercise of discretion. And in respect of trees, there is a policy that's in place, it can guide discretion, and they can make decisions in accordance with it. And so for that reason, I ask you to support the removal of trees, every tree that needs to come before council, because as I said before, I'm not wanting to come on council and only to decide questions of trees. I want to decide the true nature of the strategic direction set out in the structure plans, local planning policies, local development plans, and also within our local planning strategy, all of what needs to really start undertake or commence its review process about now. We need to be spending money to do the review of those documents because otherwise they're going to be shortly out of date. And so accordingly, there is a change within the City of South Perth that needs to properly be addressed through us doing the work on the strategic frameworks. And unless we start to get that underway, we're going to be kidding ourselves. And so for that reason, I'm asking for more time on council to be able to do the work that we need to do, and that is do the strategic planning that is so necessary for our district to be able to accommodate the population growth that is anticipated for it, because right now we're lagging significantly behind the infill type development that is necessary to ensure that we can sustain the growth of South Perth to the levels expected of the state government. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howling. So, councillors, I'm about to put Councillor Howling's amendment to the vote. Councillor Lees has foreshadowed that if this vote is unsuccessful, that she intends to move her amendment. So, I'm about to put, and if Councillor Howling's amendment succeeds, there will be no need for that. So, councillors, I'm putting Councillor Howling's amendment to the vote. Please cast your votes. All right, so the votes are in. Councillor Howling's amendment has failed, 3 votes to 5. Those who voted in favour were Councillor Sousa, Councillor Howling and Councillor Prendeville. Those against were Councillor Brenda Abrandis, Councillor Lees, Mayor Milner, Councillor Raison and Councillor Russell. Okay. Councillor Lees has foreshadowed her own amendment. Councillor Lees, I might get you to read the first sentence underneath the heading Amendment to the Substantive Motion, and I think governance will get the actual document up on the screen. That's probably going to be the best way of dealing with that. After you've read the first sentence after that heading, I'll see about a seconder for you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So in relation to item 10.4.1, amendment to the substantive motion, that my recommendation or my proposal is that Council adopt Council Delegation DC 690 Local Planning Scheme number 7 as contained in the attachment.
Thank you. Councillors, would anyone like to second Councillor Lees' amendment? Councillor Russell. Councillor Lees, the floor is yours for your reasons.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So, as we know, delegations play an important role in balancing operational efficiency and community expectations. Their importance is not in question, as I said before. The purpose of the amendments here are to ensure the delegation framework remains clear, appropriate and aligned with good governance. It is acknowledged that a number of the changes in Councillor Howling's proposed amendment were to improve clarity. While many of the proposed edits appear to be administrative rather than strategic, they are accepted and included here in the interest of collaboration and noting that the city's administration has confirmed they are workable. Rationale for other aspects of the amendment are provided as follows. So structure plans and local development plans, the changes that Councillor Howling proposed, I have included. The removal of delegations for minor amendments to structure plans is accepted, noting that such amendments are rare. The proposed changes to remove delegation for later approval of details for development of local development plans is also supported on this basis. So largely my amendment accepts the majority of Councillor Howling's proposals. The ones where it doesn't are in relation to local planning policies, minor amendments, as I indicated before. The delegation for minor amendments to local planning policies under clause 5.2 proposed by the administration is supported, as these amendments typically involve terminology changes, naming updates or alignment with recently adopted policies. In the interest of delegating as much as possible and enabling Council to focus on strategic matters, it is appropriate for the City to retain this delegation. However, to provide additional clarity and to appease councillors, the wording inconsequential in nature is proposed to be added, further ensuring the delegation is limited to non-substantive administrative matters. I would like to say, in response to Councillor Howling's earlier comments about the planning framework, the policy framework, that I am concerned by the suggestion that our policy framework is outdated. I think this reflects unfairly on administration. It's not relevant to the specific amendments under consideration, particularly as many of the policies referenced by Councillor Howling in his earlier reasons are not local planning policies and they're therefore not relevant to this delegation. For the record, since 2023, the Council has adopted 11 new local planning policies, revoked 20 and amended 5, several of which formed part of the new policies adopted since April 2023. So moving on, in terms of heritage conservation notices, as I foreshadowed, it is proposed that the administration not have delegation in relation to the existing issuing of conservation notices as suggested by Councillor Howling. This is consistent with the administration's advice, given the potential financial implications, particularly where a person fails to comply and the local government may undertake repairs and recovery costs, it is considered appropriate that such decisions remain with Council.
As I said before, delegation in relation to tree damaging activity is supported. So, I think Councillor Halley and I are on the same mindset there largely. Were in the instances for me where the local planning policy provides specific and measurable guidance. However, I don't think delegation is appropriate where removal is sought on the basis that a tree makes development unfeasible, as this is subjective and warrants council consideration. So those are the three amendments I'm proposing that are different to those proposed by Councillor Howling. So all in all, I think the proposed delegation that I am putting forward aims to make a delegation system that supports efficiency without compromising appropriate oversight. Several of the Councillor Howling's proposed, as I've said, have proposed changes have been incorporated in the spirit of collaboration, while adjustments have been made where necessary to uphold good governance and ensure...
Councillor Lees, that is 5 minutes. I'll move a motion that you be granted a further 5 minutes to speak. Would someone please second that? Councillor Brenda Abrandis, thank you. Councillors, please cast your votes on a motion that Councillor Lees be granted a further 5 minutes.
Oh, me again.
Just waiting on one more vote, folks. Is it me?
It's me.
Not me. Oh, there we go. That was unanimous. Apologies for the interruption. Please continue.
And I'll only be another minute, so it won't be another 5. So while adjustments have been made where necessary to uphold good governance and ensure council remains focused on strategic decision making, the resulting framework provides a balanced, practical approach that meets organisational needs as well as community expectations. So I put it for you for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lees. Councillor Russell was the seconder. Would you like to speak? All right. Councillors, is there anyone who wishes to speak against Councillor Lees' amendment? Councillor
I've got
D'Souza?
a question, Mr Mayor.
Sorry, Councillor D'Souza?
I've got a question.
Fire away.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This is in regards to the last part of Councillor Lee's motion, in which she seeks to create an exemption for the delegations around tree damaging activity DAs. And the reasons are that delegation, I'll read it, it says, delegation is not appropriate where removal is sought on the basis that a tree makes development unfeasible, because that is subjective. Just wanted to clarify from the administration perspective, the consideration that tree removal would make a development unfeasible, is that subjective?
Ms Shaw, can I send that your way?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I believe it is.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Councillors, is there anyone who would like to speak against Councillor Lee's amendment? Councillor Howling?
Just a question, if I may.
Please proceed.
Under the sub-delegations, it's got conditions of sub-delegation. Now, firstly, clause 82, sorry, I think 83, apologise, although contains or is expressly intended to include sub-delegations, can you see a drafting error in what is contained in CEO conditions on sub-delegation that could be corrected?
Who should I send that to? Ms Shaw or Ms Guy? Sure.
Sorry, I'm only permitted to ask questions, and that's the difficulty.
Ms Guy?
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, we have identified that Director Development and Community Services is spelt incorrectly in that section, so we can correct that. No, not that.
I assume that can be corrected administratively.
It could perhaps I put the question like this: could you correct that by putting Director Development and Community Services, if that's the person to deal with it, and then Roman numeral 1, Development Applications, Roman numeral 2, Discretion.
Councillor Howling, you're verging into an amendment territory. This is an amendment. We can't have an amendment to an amendment under our standing orders. I'm pretty sure Ms Guy can correct the spelling of services administratively, but we've got to determine this amendment before we can hear another amendment under our standing orders.
Yes, so in that case, I'll need to speak against the motion.
All right. Ms Shaw, do you have anything further to say there?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. If I can just clarify, I believe the reference to the fact that the title of the individual officers and what they are responsible for in terms of exercising the delegation has not been separated. And so it's open for council to obviously consider whether or not it includes administratively just the separate subsections to distinguish between the officer to which the delegation applies and the function.
Councillor Lees, you're the mover. Are you happy with that?
Yes, Mr Mayor. I think because we've been to and fro on this for a while, that those matters were included incorrectly. They're not part of the council decision, my understanding. They're administrative matters, and they're not what the council, what I was proposing that council vote on. Thank you.
Councillor Russell, you're the seconder. Are you happy with that? Ms Guy, Ms Shaw, is that all able to be taken care of? All right, fantastic. Okay. Is there anyone else who would like to speak for Councillor Lee's amendment? Councillor Raison.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Russell, Councillor Howling, Councillor Lees, for the work that you've put in relation to these delegations. It's pretty straightforward for me. I think when I joined council, I expressed my view about the scope of our powers in relation to heritage conservation. I think they're very significant, and that is the point of difference for me in this instance as to why I'm supporting this, particularly given that we've got these heritage matters continually on foot, and that our heritage list, I imagine, will continue to grow over time, and they are very significant, the scope of these powers, and that will be the reason why I'm voting in favour of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Raison. Councillors, is there anyone who would like to speak against Councillor Lee's amendment?
Yes, thank
Councillor
you.
Howling?
Yes. I need to speak against it because it contains a number of errors, and I was hoping to be able to point those out. In CEO conditions on subdelegation, each one of those conditions under Director of Development and Community Services, what they're able to consider needs to be numbered, and for that reason, this proposal doesn't do that. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then under the Management and Development Services 1, 2, because otherwise what you're doing is subdelegates may make the following determinations under this delegation, Director of Development and Community Services. Doesn't make sense. They are not a person delegation. They do nothing. They're a person, and clearly the items which they're being delegated are those which are contained under the list. So as it stands at the moment, without that being amended, I can't vote in favour of that because it will be otherwise somewhat of a nonsense. And apologise for just seeing it tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Howling. I will just ask a clarifying question then. My understanding from what was said earlier on this item was that there's some spacing that previously existed that perhaps has gone missing due to the formatting, and that the administration was going to fix that up. And if that is done, there's no difference between Councillor Lees's amended motion and Councillor Howling's amended motion, at least in terms of the drafting of the CEO conditions on subdelegation. But maybe I'll confirm that with Ms Guy and Ms Shaw rather than seek to... Ms Shaw?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, so as we were saying earlier, the CEO conditions on the subdelegation, which the CEO is able to provide, the city can administratively insert the relevant subsections to clarify and distinguish between the officer title and the functions to which they are delegated.
Thank you very much. All right. Is there anyone who would like to speak either for or against Councillor Lees's amendment that hasn't already spoken? No. Councillor Lees, you have 5 minutes to rebut any arguments made against your amendment during debate, if you would like to do so.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think we've discussed this for long enough. I just wanted to make it clear that the express power to subdelegate, the subdelegates and the CEO conditions on subdelegation were not proposed as part of my amendment. That has been part of the toing and froing, and those are the roles under the CEO's remit, is my understanding. So I don't know whether that needs an amendment at this point or whether it's just a administrative change. It's not, it was never the intent. And as I said, we went back and forwards a few times. But assuming we take those bits out, I put this before you for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. So, councillors, I'm putting Councillor Lee's amendment to the vote. Please cast your votes. All right, so the votes are in. Councillor Lee's amendment has been carried, 6 votes to 2. Those who voted in favour were Councillor Brenda Abrandis, and the screen's just disappeared, but hopefully it'll come back. There we go. Okay. So those in favour were Mayor Milner, Councillor Brenda Abrandis, Councillor Howling, Councillor Lees, Councillor Raison and Councillor Russell. Those against were Councillor D'Souza and Councillor Prendeville. Okay. Councillors, it's now 8:20 and I'm conscious we've got a few more items to get through tonight. I'm going to move a motion that we have a brief 10-minute adjournment for people to stretch their legs and potentially use the facilities. Could I have a seconder on that motion, please? I think Councillor Russell was first there. All those in favour, please raise your hands. And that was unanimous. Sorry, Councillor Howling, did I see you vote? Those against? You're in favour? All right, unanimous. I'll see you all back here at 8:30. Thank you. We now turn to the next item to be withdrawn for discussion this evening, which is item 10.4.2, budget review for the period up to 31 January 2026. We do need an absolute majority for this item, and I have received an amendment from Councillor Brenda Abrandis. Councillor Brenda Abrandis, would you like to read your amendment, and then I'll see about a seconder.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Item 10.4.2, budget review for the period up to 31 January 2026. My amendment is such that Council adopts the 25-26 mid-year budget review with the amendments contained in the Statement of Financial Activity in Attachment A, as well as detailed changes contained in Attachments B, C, D and E. The amendment deletes paragraph 2, and the deletion is authorising the establishment of 2 reserve accounts as follows. A, community safety, with the purpose to provide funds for community safety and crime prevention initiatives, including assets and infrastructure within the district. The deletion of paragraph 2, subparagraph B, environmental sustainability, with the purpose to provide funds for the protection of the natural environment, including urban greening, natural resource management and protection. The amendment deletes paragraph 3, which recognises the additional $4,913,058 surplus from the 2024-25, and also authorises the transfer of the following amounts. Deletion of paragraph 3, subparagraph A, $1 million to the new Community Safety Reserve Fund. The deletion of paragraph 3, subparagraph B, $1 million into the new Environmental Sustainability Reserve Fund. The deletion of paragraph 3, subparagraph C, $1 million to the Parking Facilities Reserve Fund. And the deletion of paragraph 3, subparagraph D, $1,913,058 into the Community Facilities Reserve. The amendment replaces paragraph 2 for inclusion, which is accumulates the 2024-25 year-end surplus funds identified within the city's municipal funds for consideration as part of the city's consolidated 2026-27 capital and operating budget. Deliberations of the 2024-25 outturn are to be considered in conjunction with all financial parameters as part of the 2026-27 budget workshops to be held prior to 30 June 2026.
Thank you, Councillor Brenda Abrandis. Councillors, would someone like to second Councillor Brenda Abrandis' amendment? Councillor Russell? Councillor Brenda Abrandis, the floor is yours for your reasons.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Russell. The reasons for this amendment are as follows. The amendment to item 10.4.2, budget review for the period up to 31 January 2026 of the proposed $4,913,058 transfer to reserves are as follows. 1. Elected members have not been engaged with or had the opportunity to consider and deliberate on the proposed $4.9 million transfer to reserves from the 2024-25 surplus. 2. Elected members have not been provided with the scope or purpose for the proposed new Community Safety Reserve, nor the Environmental Sustainability Reserve Fund, or the application methodology or criteria to which these funds will be applied. 3. The officer's report does not provide a report providing justification or context to the proposed transfer of $4.9 million to the new Community Safety Reserve, new Environmental Sustainability Reserve Fund, Parking Facilities Reserve Fund, or Community Facilities Reserve Fund. 4. 3 budget workshops are planned for the remainder of this financial year, 2025-26. This process will ensure consideration of all financial impacts on the city and its ratepayers in the 26-27 budget. This process will determine all financial decisions collectively not as isolated decisions without taking into consideration consequential impacts for other budget setting parameters, activities or projects. And 5, good financial governance adopted by Council requires informed decisions are to be made with access to all relevant information and the opportunity to deliberate budget matters in the impending 3 budget workshops. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brenda Abrandis. Councillor Russell, you're the seconder. Would you like to speak?
Just to put it simply, is that I would prefer to rationalise the surpluses and any new reserves into the annual budget process. I think that's probably the preferred way that we approach this, and that's all I feel. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Russell. Councillors, would anyone like to speak against Councillor Brenda Abrandis' amendment? No?
Yes.
Councillor Howling?
Thank you. The mid-year budget review is a process that's necessarily undertaken. It's undertaken regularly. There are various items that have been identified, and those are the items that have been set out within the report that require attention. These are not new to us. We've undertaken workshops in relation to most of those. For example, matters relevant to setting up the, if I've got it correct, UGAG and an environmental committee to provide direction in respect of the protection of the environment. For example, matters relevant to safety. We've discussed that ad nauseum at various workshops, and it's been identified that it's the biggest issue that affect the residents and ratepayers of South Perth. We don't need to wait till a budget workshop is undertaken in respect of the budget that's ultimately going to be adopted in June for next year. We need to get these things underway now. We've got the money, we've got the issue, we've got the ability, we've got the determination of this report to make sure that we're addressing today's issues today, not next year when we eventually get the budget operational and then put money towards the various items. And so for that reason, I ask that you adopt what is put forward by the way of the councillor or the officer's recommendation, which I foreshadow, and I expressly indicate that I do so that we can get on with governing this city in accordance with the most current needs that this city has identified. And they're changing rapidly, and they will continue to change rapidly. What has been done here is a little bit of budget repair, things that probably ought to have received a bit of attention previously, but now they are getting attention, and for that reason I commend what is being proposed as an excellent step forward. The environment wins, crime is going to be hit, we know. We don't need to have a workshop about this because we know that's an issue to our community. And why? Because at the workshops, believe it or not, we received clear guidance about what is of concern to our community. These issues, which is proposed for spending within a reserve fund, are not new. They're not going to change whether we go through the process now and adopt a reserve fund or whether we wait to the budget review. But what it does do, by doing it today, is address today's issues today as opposed to wait for a couple of months, 4 months, until we address the issues that are then current before that council at that time. So I commend the brilliant way within which this administration has worked in terms of identifying what's necessary and putting to us by way of the reserve funds as is proposed. And so for that reason, I foreshadow the officer's recommendation and ask that you adopt it and reject this particular proposal.
Thank you, Councillor Howling. Councillors, is there anyone who would like to speak in favour of Councillor Brenda Abrandis' amendment? Councillor Lees.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I want to briefly outline why I am not able to support parts 2 and 3 of the administration's recommendation and why I am in support of Councillor Brenda Abrandis' amendment. I appreciate the intent behind establishing new reserves and planning for the future. However, moving substantial funds into newly created reserves as part of the mid-year budget review, to me, feels premature. Decisions of this scale deserve more time, more discussion, and a clearer shared direction. Yes, we have discussed issues in relation to community safety and environmental sustainability, but we haven't discussed the establishment of reserves for those and whether there are other reserves that would be appropriate. I believe these matters should first be workshopped with Council through our upcoming budget process and the development of the Council plan. That's the space where we can properly consider our long-term priorities and ensure any reserves we create are grounded in a well-defined strategic purpose and underpinned by a clear strategic direction. While the Community Perception Survey provides useful insights, I don't think it should be the basis for establishing new reserves at this point. Reserves should be tied to clear council strategy with a solid understanding of how those funds will be used. For these reasons, I support the amendment, but I look forward to continuing the conversation as part of our broader planning work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lees. Councillors, is there anyone who would like to speak against Councillor Brenda Abrandis's amendment? Councillor D'Souza.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I think there are some reasonable points made by Councillor Lees and Councillor Brenda Abrandis, but I will say creation of reserves is the prerogative of Council. Whether it's done through budget or mid-year, that is a separate point. I think the fact that we have booked close to $5 million worth of surplus firstly shows how well we have run the city financially. But I think also it's incumbent upon us to be a bit strategic about how we think about the way we've booked surpluses. And I think allocating, especially from my perspective, $1 million to a new community safety reserve would do a lot to allay concerns and to prove to the public that we are using the funds we have judiciously managed in a way which furthers their interests. And I think the briefing we have had in the past has demonstrated that this is one of the largest issues in our city. It certainly is the largest issue in Karrawara and many parts of Manning. And I think if we are strategic and we say, all right, $5 billion surplus, we're partitioning $1 million specifically for community safety, I think that is a very good result for this council, and for that reason I think we should let the officer's report stand as is, and so I won't be supporting the amendment, and I'll be foreshadowing the officer report.
Thanks, Councillor D'Souza, but I think Councillor Howling already foreshadowed the officer report, so, but thank you. Councillors, is there anyone who would like to speak in favour of Councillor Brenda Abrandis's amendment who hasn't already spoken? Councillor Raison.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm speaking in favour of this amendment to the substantive motion, primarily for two reasons. As councillors would have heard me say many times, as a council, it's not just what we do, it's how we do what we do. That is very important. And in this instance, as council is aware, we are in the midst of a significant review of our community plan, various different names. And it's at that point that that plan has been reviewed that I think it is the appropriate time to consider the reserves. I accept that some of these issues have certainly come up in discussions and some issues come out of the survey. And for me, another significant factor is that we're not in a bubble here. As a city, we are, as Councillor D'Souza said, in a strong financial position in terms of the surplus, but at the same time, we are currently in a major global period of financial disruption, which will, just as fuel prices and impact us individually, I think they will also have the potential to impact the city. And given that particular context, my preference is to wait in terms of deciding what reserves are created. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Raison. Councillors, is there anyone who would like to speak against Councillor Brenda Abrandis's amendment who hasn't already spoken?
Can I ask some questions?
Far away.
So, Infrastructure Director, if I through you, the Chair, could I ask what is presently being used to fund the significant urban greening strategy that was adopted by Council, and have all of its initiatives that would be foreshadowed been able to be implemented on the basis of those funds for this year?
Ms Ampremo.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. So we're currently working on the implementation plan, which was a specific budget item for the 25-26 budget. In terms of action on the ground, there are a number of work projects that are either specifically identified, such as the Hurlingham Living Stream, as a budget line item, or we have recurring programmes within our operational budget for some aspects of urban greening. So additional urban greening projects that might come out of the implementation plan, that would be a conversation for the budget workshops.
Thank you, Ms Amprimo. Councillor Howling, any further questions?
No, thank you.
All right. Is there anyone who would like to speak either? Councillor Prendeville, and if you can let us know which way you're speaking.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I will be supporting the amendment. I don't have a lot to say. I agree with the notion that we should get together and talk about what we're going to do with this. I think we're saving it for the budget review is a sensible idea, given that we haven't really sat down and discussed this as a group. In saying that, I'm not shocked at the officer recommendation. I think it's fantastic. I think it's really important issues that we've all been discussing. I'm not shocked, or nothing new is here, and I probably will come to budget review and suggest similar things. We haven't spent any money. This is just sort of setting up reserve funds, so it doesn't worry me that that was the recommendation. But in saying so, I will support the amendment so that we have the opportunity to sort of sit down together as a council and discuss the priorities moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Prendeville. I'll speak very briefly in favour of the amendment. I agree with Councillor D'Souza in the sense that I think a close to $5 million surplus is good news for the city. Certainly makes me happy to see those sort of figures. I would make the point that us allocating money to reserves now doesn't actually have the effect of amending the current financial year's budget and would not result in additional spending on the relevant items during the current financial year. Merely allocating monies to reserves without a corresponding budget amendment doesn't change what we're going to do in this financial year. And finally, I agree with Councillor Raison. I would like to carefully consider what we do with that money as part of the budget process. We are in choppy waters at the moment. Maybe it is that we end up allocating the money as suggested by the city administration here. Maybe it's not, but let's go through the exercise. Let's consider the advice. Let's consider the options available to us and deliver that as part of the budget process. So that's me. Is there anyone else who would like to speak who hasn't already spoken? I think just about everyone has spoken, haven't they? Yes, all right. Councillor Brenda Abrandis, if you'd like to make any arguments rebutting any arguments made against your amendment during debate, you have the opportunity now.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So firstly, the purpose and criteria for the reserve funding has not been determined with the officer's recommendation, and nor has it been proposed to the elected members to actually make a decision on the context or the background or the actual the expenditure required for these reserves. As the Mayor has mentioned, the creation of the new reserves has not previously been undertaken as part of the mid-year review in a way that this would actually give effect to expenditure right now. So transferring funds to reserve today would not enable any expenditure under those reserves until we approve the budget allocation, which would be part of the 2026-2027 year. So it's important to note that there is no urgency to transfer a substantial sum of money into reserves right now. And it's definitely not a little bit of budget repair. We're talking about $4.9 million being transferred to reserves. That represents more than 10% of rates revenue. It's a substantial amount. It needs due consideration, it needs deliberation, and it needs to go through the process that we've always undertaken, which is budget workshops, taking everything financially into consideration not in isolation, and to make sure that we've actually got council deliberating over all finances. It would be poor governance to allocate this sum of money to reserves without understanding the detail. I appreciate the intentions are good and the reserves are probably appropriate, but we've not taken anything else into consideration for next year's finances. I agree the surplus is a wonderful achievement and something that we should all be proud of. But we need to be strategic with regard to our expenditure. We need to actually be able to consider everything in context. We need to be able to deliberate. We need to be able to have 3 workshops to ensure that we make the best decisions for the ratepayers. So, councillors, I consider what we have before us tonight is something unusual in the way that we have not had a significant request or proposition to transfer $4.9 million into reserves that we are unable to spend that has not gone through due process. For these reasons and for good financial governance, I ask you to support my amendment to the mid-year budget review. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brenda Abrandis. So, councillors, I'm about to put Councillor Brenda Abrandis's amendment to the vote. If it succeeds, it succeeds. If it doesn't succeed, Councillor Howling has foreshadowed the officer recommendation. So, with that, councillors, please cast your votes on Councillor Brenda Abrandis's amendment. How are we doing, governance? Do we need to do it by show of hands or show of hands? All right, okay. All right, all those in favour of Councillor Brenda Abrandis's amendment, please raise your hands. So that's myself, Mayor Milner, Councillor Raison, Councillor Russell, Councillor Prendeville, Councillor Lees, Councillor Brenda Abrandis. All those against, please raise your hands. That's Councillor Howling and Councillor De Souza. Councillor Brenda Abrandis's amendment has been carried 6 votes to 2. Okay. We now move on to item 11, which is applications for a leave of absence. Councillors, does anyone have a leave of absence application? Councillor Raison?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I'd like to apply for a leave of absence from the 7th of April to the 20th of April inclusive, please.
All right, so that's from the 7th of April to the 20th of April inclusive? Yep. Anyone else? No. Okay. In that case, I'm looking for someone to move a motion that the leave of absence application received from Councillor Jacqueline Raison for the period of 7 April 2026 to 20 April 2026 inclusive be granted. Could I have a mover, please? Councillor Brenda Abrandis, thank you. A seconder, Councillor De Souza, thank you. Are we still voting by show of hands, governance? No, we're back on the machines. Okay. So, councillors, please cast your votes. It does indeed, but let's pretend that says item 11, applications for a leave of absence, and vote accordingly. All right, that was unanimous. Thank you all. Okay, we now move on to item 12, which is motions of which previous notice has been given. We have item 12.1 in front of us. It's a notice of motion entitled Transport Advocacy. I haven't received any amendments or alternatives to this motion. Would someone like to move the notice of motion recommendation? Councillor De Souza, would someone else like to second it? Councillor Prendeville? Councillors, I'll ask at this stage if anyone opposes it, because if not, I'll simply declare it carried using my powers under the standing orders. Does anyone oppose this? No, then I declare it carried using my powers under the standing orders. Item 13, questions from members. Item 13.1 is responses to previous questions from members taken on notice. That's nil. Item 13.2 is questions from members. Councillors, are there any questions from members this evening? Councillor Russell.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Questions on notice, actually. So I have had a number of conversations with from community members regarding abandoned shopping trolleys left on public property. I note that the Public Places and Local Government Property Local Law states that upon receipt from the city of an abandoned shopping trolley, the applicable retailer has 24 hours to collect the trolley or request the city to collect and deliver the trolley back to the retailer at the retailer's cost. So my questions are therefore, one, for the reported abandoned shopping trolleys to the city, could the city advise proportion where the retailer has collected against the retailer requesting the city to collect?
Thank you for the question. Folks, who should I direct that one to? Ms Amprema? Thank you.
Yep, so thank you for the question. No requests from retailers to collect abandoned shopping trolleys could be located. City rangers and pound shopping trolleys on a regular basis were not collected by the retailer after being advised, and very few are reclaimed from impound. Uncollected trolleys are disposed of by the metal waste recycling after a holding period of 2 months.
Thank you, Ms Amprema. Another question, Councillor Russell.
Okay, thank you. So as we continuously see abandoned shopping trolleys on public property, then in the city's view, how successful is the law as a deterrence?
Ms Amprema.
So the shopping trolley provisions under the Public Places and Local Government Property Local Law are intended to act as a deterrent through the ability for the city to impound trolleys and issue penalties where appropriate. However, abandoned shopping trolleys remain an ongoing issue within the district and the local government sector. The city's local law is consistent with the approach taken by other local governments and reflects the model local law developed by WELGA. The effectiveness of the local law and whether additional measures are available could be considered as part of the next review of the local law, such as potential amendments and increased penalties.
Thank you, Ms Amprema. Councillor Russell.
Yes, thank you. So the third question, so the city has a dedicated abandoned shopping trolley webpage, which firstly advises a resident to follow up with the retailer themselves or report to a ranger service if a trolley is left abandoned for more than 3 days. The web page makes no reference to the collection requirements under the city's law, which places a lawful requirement on the retailer to manage abandoned trolleys. Why is this so? Why are residents not being made aware of the law in this respect?
Ms Amprema.
Yeah, thank you for the question through you, Mr Mayor. So the web page, you're correct, does advise the public to contact Ranger Services if the trolley has not been removed after 3 days, and that Ranger Services will attend as soon as possible. This time frame allows for the retailer to engage their contractor to collect the trolley when reported by a member of the public before attendance by the city. The content of the web page can be reviewed against the local law.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Amprema. Councillors, any further questions this evening? Councillor Raison.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. Just as I touched on before, at the moment there's obviously significant supply chain disruptions in relation to fuel, and the city has a business continuity plan, as I understand it, in place, even though there are things being updated at the moment. I would appreciate any information about how the city may or has in the past dealt with issues such as this, whether this may or may not impact the city and what contingency plans we have in place. Thank you.
Ms Amprema.
Thank you for the question. So we continually monitor the supply availability and talk to our suppliers with respect to fuel. It's something that we have been watching since the beginning of the conflict in the Middle East. At the moment, we don't have any concerns, but we are looking at how we can manage our use and consumption of fuel to best manage the resources. We also do have some different strategies that we can put in place that I probably don't want to talk about on the public record. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms Amprema. Councillors, any further questions for the administration this evening? Councillor Howling.
Thank you. Mr Mayor, there's an item that you've put forward as a confidential item in a moment, item 14. I don't know whether I ought to ask the question in respect of why that has to be confidential without anybody being able to hear it, and I have regard to clause 5.41. I trust that you, that's of the standing orders, I trust that you intend firstly to enable a motion to be put to discuss whether or not we ought to be secret about what it is that we're going to discuss in a moment, and whether or not that item, whether the standing orders applies. And so accordingly, I'm asking the question, under clause 5.41, is it accepted that where there's only in circumstances of extreme urgency or other special circumstances is an item able to be raised without motion, without notice and decided by the meeting but it's being carried, and only in those circumstances of extreme urgency or other special circumstances should that be done, and secondly, that there is only a limited number of circumstances under the provisions of the Local Government Act where the items are able to be discussed confidentially, and the proposal, what is being put forward by you at item 14 now, does not satisfy the requirements of section 5.232A, B, and the following contained within the provisions of the Local Government Act, so that we have to be secret, have the matter effectively secret, or confidential rather, that we deal with, as opposed to just dealing with in open meeting.
Can you restate what the question was in something resembling a slightly more succinct format?
Thank you. So firstly, there is proposed to be an item that came up late this afternoon, circulated at about 5 p.m. or 4:30 or whatever it may have been this afternoon, and it relates to a notice of motion, item 14, that is intended as confidential business. There's two parts to the question. First, clause 5.41 and 2 of the standing orders refer to circumstances of extreme urgency and the criteria of when it is to be considered to be extreme urgency, and secondly, that the matters of a confidential nature for which we're able to go in camera effectively fall within section 5.232 of the Local Government Act, and so that the criteria set out within what is before us does not satisfy the requirements of a matter to then be confidential, and that we should be open with our community about what it is that we're deciding, particularly on a matter such as what's before us in this motion.
I'm not sure that qualifies as succinct, but 2 points. One, questions from members are meant to be questions for the administration, not to other elected members, but I will indulge you this once. I am satisfied that it qualifies both as an item of urgent business under clause 5.4 of the standing orders and a matter that should be regarded as being confidential under the relevant section of the Local Government Act.
Sorry, I was asking the administration, but particularly because of section 5.23 and then in brackets 2 and the standing orders. I can't see how it is, both that this is of such an urgency or alternatively that it is something we have to be secret about.
Well, number one, it's not your call, Councillor Howling. Number two, Ms Imprema?
It's the legislation.
Yes, it is the legislation, Councillor Howling, but the standing orders clearly say that the decision as to whether or not it's an urgent item of business is that as presiding members, that is me. But Ms Imprema?
Yeah, that is a matter for the presiding member to determine. And it would be up to council to decide whether it meets the criteria for it being a confidential item.
Thank you, Ms Imprema. Councillors, any further questions for the administration this evening? Councillor Lees.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just have a quick question in relation to the Royal Perth Golf Course. I have had advice from the city that unless otherwise exempt under the Environmental Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act, the onus is on the landowner to provide a referral to the Minister for Environment where a proposed action is likely to impact foraging habitat, roosting and breeding sites for black cockatoos on the Swan Coastal Plain. So can the city please advise who it considers to be the landowner in the case of the golf course? Because my understanding is that the city has care, control and management of this Crown land and the golf club is the lessee.
Who should I send that one to, folks?
Lessor.
Ms Shaw?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I believe the landowner is the Crown.
So just to clarify, the Crown would be responsible for providing a referral?
Ms Shaw?
That is my understanding, yes, and the obligation is on the landowner, not the managing body of that land or the person using that land. So the legislation states that it's the obligation of the landowner.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Councillor Lees.
I just wonder whether the state government is aware, or the landowner is aware, and how they would be made aware.
Ms Shaw.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I would say that the obligation is on the individual landowner to be aware of any applicable legislative requirements that apply to the land.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Councillors, any further questions for the administration? Councillor Brenda Abrandis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The question's with regard to an email that I sent through previously regarding 1 Hurlingham Street. So just for a bit of background, July 2025, development application exemption was provided. In February 2026, a demolition permit was approved. The tree at the rear of the block was considered likely to be a regulated tree. The administration obviously had approved this application prior to our local policy coming into place. But it's been noted that with regard to instances like this, because that tree was actually removed, but it was a bit of oversight with regard to considering significant trees or regulated trees that are actually on properties that are the subject of development. I've been advised that the administration have introduced an additional step to ensure that the vegetation is properly assessed and documented. Could I just have an understanding as to what level of additional steps or review is undertaken with regard to properties that may have had a development application approved previously prior to the local planning policy being put in place? And have we actually started enforcing that now? Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Shaw.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I understand the additional step is that site visits are undertaken in relation to demolition permits as well as development applications.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Councillors, any further questions? No. Okay. Before we move on to item 14, I might just take a short adjournment to consult with the directors of the city and perhaps with the monitor. So I'll move a motion that we have an adjournment for 10 minutes. Would someone like to second that? Councillor Russell, thank you. All those in favour, please raise your hands. That is unanimous. I'll see you all back in the chamber at 9:18. Thank you. 9:15, so we're back online. Governance, we back live streaming? We are, thank you. Okay. So we now move on to item 14, which is new business of an urgent nature introduced by decision of the meeting. And I don't usually do this, but I do have an item of business to raise. I did initially think this may have been confidential, but during the adjournment, I took advice and I've been persuaded that perhaps it doesn't qualify. So thank you, Councillor Howling, for raising that. So I'm moving the motion that I'm about to read out to you, but hopefully you've all either got electronic copies and about to get hard copies. Hopefully everyone's received a copy and has had a chance to consider it. Here goes. So the motion is as follows, that Council requests the Chief Executive Officer to, paragraph 1, discontinue all work on the psychosocial risk assessment described in the email from the Chief Executive Officer to councillors dated 23 March 2026. Paragraph 2, convene a workshop inviting paragraph A, the Chief Executive Officer, paragraph B, councillors, paragraph C, the 2 external expert members of the City's Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee, and paragraph D, the Local Government Monitor, to discuss paragraph E, the proper scope of works for a formal assessment of workplace conditions, culture and psychological health and safety, which I've defined as workplace assessment, and F, the appropriate timing of the workplace assessment, given that the monitor is currently anticipated to, sub-paragraph I, assist in the development of an action plan, setting out any necessary governance and or relationship improvements. I've defined that as action plan. And sub-paragraph Roman numeral 2, provide a report, which I've defined as the monitor report, to the local government inspector by 29 April 2026. Paragraph 3 reads as follows, following the above workshop, present a confidential item at the next Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee meeting, proposing the scope of works for the workplace assessment and outlining the process by which Council will appoint the external body that performs the workplace assessment, which I've defined as external body. Paragraph 4 says, following the above Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee meeting, present the Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee's recommendation to Council as a confidential item for decision. Could I have a seconder for that motion, please? Councillor Russell, thank you. All right, I'll give my reasons, councillors. I'll try and keep them brief. The first reason is that the terms of appointment for the monitor already encompass, without limitation, the following, and these are taken direct from the written terms of appointment available on our website. A, monitoring relationships between the council members and between the council members and the city's employees, including council member behaviour with respect to the city's code of conduct for council members, committee members and candidates. B, monitoring the city's contemporary processes and practices in relation to monitoring, reviewing and eliminating worker health and safety risks and provision of safe systems, training and consultation in accordance with obligations of a PCBU as provided for under the Work Health and Safety Act 2020. C, monitoring to identify causes of any issues affecting the ability of the council and or individual council members to properly perform their statutory roles with specific regard to the matters raised in clause 1.1. D, to assist the city develop an action plan setting out any necessary governance and or relationship improvements with specific regard to remedying identified issues relative to the matters set out in clause 1.1. And paragraph E, to provide a final report to the local government inspector by Wednesday 29 April 2026 with respect to the conduct of the monitoring assignment as set out in part 1 of the terms of the appointment. So councillors, to summarise, that's what the local government monitor has already been engaged to do by the local government inspector. Those are direct quotes from the terms of appointment that are currently published on the city's website. So, the psychosocial risk assessment or any similar work that might be commissioned by the city should have an appropriate scope of works that have been reviewed and that has been approved by the Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee and by Council after receiving appropriate advice and it should consider all relevant relationships and aspects of the work environment. If we're going to go down this path, this is very, very, very important to get right, to follow best practice, to make sure that it can withstand both councillor and media scrutiny. So we really must get this right if we're going to go down this path. I don't say we don't need to go down this path, but I do say that if we're going to do it, we really do need to do it right and according to best practice. Paragraph 3 of my reasons says that the monitor should be given the opportunity to oversee the process and to provide comment if the monitor wishes to do so. That is at the discretion of the monitor. It's not intended to force the monitor to go beyond her remit or anything like that, but to give her an opportunity to oversee and provide comment if the monitor deems that to be appropriate. And my final reason is that if practicable, the external body, that is the body that would perform the workplace assessment, should be allowed to consider the action plan and the monitor report to the extent that those documents can be made available to the external body before providing a final report to council. Councillors to do otherwise risks duplicating what the monitor's already been engaged to do. And I think that since we do have the monitor present, I think it's very important that we follow best practice, that we incorporate the monitor's findings to the extent that we can in any appropriate process and report. That's my reasons. Councillor Russell, you were the seconder. Would you like to speak?
Not really, Mr Mayor. I mean, I think the reasons are reasonable and I've nothing more to add. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councillors, is Councillor Prendeville?
Sorry, thank you, Mr Mayor. Just have a couple of questions.
Fire away. I don't know, well, without knowing what the questions, I don't know whether I or anyone else can answer them, but let's hear the questions and...
Give it a go. Can you tell me how long your process you believe would take if we're going to the Audit Risk and Improvement Committee and like this whole process that you've outlined here? Do you know how long that will take?
I have limited powers in terms of what I can put on the agenda for things like Audit Risk and Improvement Committee meetings. I would anticipate, that's not to say this is definitely what will happen, but I would anticipate it would be presented at the next Audit Risk and Improvement Committee meeting. I haven't got the calendar open in front of me, but I think, subject to being corrected, I think that's maybe 2 months away. In June, thank you. And I'd anticipate that depending on what the date of the Audit Risk and Improvement Committee meeting is, maybe that recommendation could then be presented to the council meeting immediately afterwards. But again, I haven't got the calendar open in front of me.
Okay, June, July. The email, sorry, one more question please, Mr Mayor, or 2 more questions. The email that is referred to in point 1, are the contents, I was just going to refer to something that was said in that email. Are the contents of that email okay to refer to in my question? Yeah.
Who should I direct that question to, folks? I don't know if I can answer that one, Councillor Prendeville. I only received it at 4:10 yesterday. Ms Ampremo?
It's not marked.
Nothing confidential in there? Okay, I might just, so Ms Ampremo or Ms Shaw or Ms Guy, what do we say in response to that?
It wasn't marked as confidential.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. My understanding is that no officers present have seen this email.
Yeah, I don't think I'm in a position to answer that question, Councillor Prendeville. I'm sorry, I only got it at...
I'll skip that one, go to the next one. My last question was, would it be possible to hear from the monitor about this particular motion?
Ms McGowan, would you like to speak?
It's not my role to give you advice. I've noted, and certainly, you know, I would not imagine myself overseeing a process or providing that comment. But I would note that there are issues afoot at the moment, and that yes, the terms of reference do cover that. But there's probably another. When we've closed the meeting, I probably wouldn't mind having an opportunity to have a conversation with the council. But I think you need to make your decision accordingly on this. But it's a balancing act for you.
Thank you, Ms McGowan. Councillors, would anyone like to speak against the notice of motion?
Yes, thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Howling.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. We all received a notice of motion, not a notice of motion, an indication from the Chief Executive Officer what it is that she is going to be doing, as has been properly delegated to her. Her role is to do exactly that, and that is, as she emailed to us, as a result of the current circumstances, she sought advice and wants Azure to carry out a psychosocial risk assessment to identify those hazards that can cause psychological harm, and it's quite appropriate. There are matters that are directly under the provisions of the work health and safety legislation within her remit. She must do this. This is not a matter of just saying, oh, could she perhaps delay and do this through the Audit, Governance and Risk or Improvement Committee? No, this falls within her remit. It is her responsibility. And the assessment that she's requested Azure to undertake would be an inter-council work environment and how elected members function together, as well as the council leadership work environment and the interaction between elected members, as well as the council administration work environment, that is the interactions between elected members and non-leadership employees of the council. And what that does is that ensures that there is as is stated, and she's put it forward, that we would conduct such a review by way of interviews, analysis of the workplace systems, the dynamics, and resulting confidential reports and findings. Now, that is entirely consistent with what a Chief Executive Officer does. I do not know of a circumstance and a time where a local government has reached back, and perhaps it may be very recent just across the river to the north, but reached back and tried to stop a Chief Executive Officer who's expressly delegated with the role of undertaking an assessment of the psychosocial welfare of the staff members for which she has responsibility, to then look at it and say, as a councillors, we don't want you to do it. We want it to be done through the Audit, Governance and Risk meeting, and we want to take control of this particular process. It is unusual. In fact, in my view, this extends to a directly operational role. Now, I accept under Clause 19 of the Standing Order of the Code of Conduct that it is possible for a local government to reach back and say, you can't do this. But in circumstances where a local government CEO is saying, I need to have this undertaken and I'm advising you that I'm undertaking a psychosocial risk assessment, it's not only inappropriate for a local government council to then say, we don't want to do this, let alone trying to do it in secret, and I appreciate that we're not doing it in secret at the moment. Let me say this. The second point that is made on the notice of motion, and that is that the city's contemporary processes and practices, which it is that the monitor is going to be monitoring and undertaking an assessment of, is to look at our practices. The monitor, with the greatest of respect under the terms of reference, is not going to do what Azure is planning to do. And that is look at compliance, look at how the organisation is operating, looking at how the council is working, that is the elected members on the council, because there has clearly been a problem identified, and that's the starting words, as a result of the current circumstances. I've sought advice and I'm going to implement a psychosocial risk assessment. This is a non-delegable duty that she has under the provisions of legislation. She can't all of a sudden say, oh, as a PCBU, that is a person who's responsible for safety, I'm not going to undertake this when certain matters have been drawn to my notice. No, instead, her role is to ensure such a study or such a review is properly undertaken. It is non-delegable. In other words, she can't delegate that to anybody else. She can't delegate it to the monitor. She can't rely on the Audit, Governance and Risk and Improvement Committee to undertake it because there is problems that she, as the Chief Executive Officer, has identified, and we all know that. So I say that this is an entirely inappropriate motion, number one. Number two, it's certainly not an urgent matter that we need to all of a sudden lay all things aside and put onto the agenda. And number three, I don't understand why the lack of transparency was proposed in the first place. This is necessary. I support what the Chief Executive Officer was proposing to do through Azure. It's appropriate, it's necessary, and I think that the process ought properly to run its course to allow a company with such expertise as Azure, and Azure is an expert company, to undertake the work that is necessary. We do not, for example, earlier tonight we considered heritage. We did not set the terms of reference of the heritage assessment. We left that to the experts. In this instance, we're leaving it to the Chief Executive Officer who's responsible and is the expert. We did not review all manner of other things that were on our agenda tonight before it came to us.
That's 5 minutes, Councillor Howling, but I'll move a motion that you be granted a further 5 minutes. Would someone like to second that motion? Councillor Brenda Abrandis, thank you. Councillors, please cast your votes. That was unanimous. Please continue, Councillor Howling.
We do not go out and speak to the administration and ask them to write reports in certain ways or consider certain matters in certain ways or retain that level of control. That is not within the remit of Audit, Governance and Improvement Committee. It's not expressly provided for. What it does do is ensure that a survey such as this has been undertaken, not to direct it. The monitor is not here to undertake that sort of work. She's to see whether or not we have the appropriate processes that are in place that properly identify reviewing and eliminating work health and safety risks, as is included in the terms of reference. And so this is ordinary where there is a problem identified, as is stated at the beginning. As a result of the current circumstances, I've sought advice and I'm going to implement a psychosocial risk assessment to identify hazards that may cause psychological harm. Where? Amongst the councillors, the council leadership work environment and the council administration work environment, interactions between elected members and non-leadership employees. Azure is known to do this sort of work. I think we need them. I think it's gotten to the point that it is important that we have, from an organisational perspective, a report that has been undertaken about what's going on really behind closed doors and in circumstances where we don't know all of the situation. The Chief Executive Officer does know all of the circumstances, and to ask an independent company to do it is appropriate. Now to suggest that we have to somehow have oversight over all of that and indicate what it is that's being done under the guise, unfortunately, of saying that the monitor's already charged with that responsibility. The monitor is not charged with that responsibility. So I ask you to vote this down. I ask that Azure be enabled to undertake the work that it was necessarily to undertake. There was no reason for this not being transparent with our community, that we need to have this undertaken. It should be undertaken, it should be done on an urgent basis, it should be reported back to this council well before June or July, when it is proposed for the next Audit, Governance and Risk and Improvement Committee to undertake whatever it is that is being proposed by this motion. By that stage, it's too late. People will have left the organisation left, right and centre as a direct consequence of some of the psychosocial risks that at least the Chief Executive Officer has identified within the email that she sent around to us all. I ask you to support what the Chief Executive Officer is doing, not support this motion. There is nothing confidential about it, and there is nothing secret about it. We have a problem, and she's identified how we're going to find the solution. And if Azure can assist us to do so, I ask your support for the fact that we do not vote in favour of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howling. Councillors, is there anyone who would like to speak in favour of the motion? Councillor Lees.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think there are 4 matters that I believe warrant consideration and support this motion. Firstly, the timing of this action raises concerns for me. We currently have a monitor in place and it's not clear whether this step aligns with her advice. Only last week, the monitor suggested that our immediate priority should be centred around fulfilling the council's obligations to the CEO in terms of KPIs and performance monitoring as required under the Act, as well as progressing the annual budget. Commencing a new assessment of this nature before the monitor has completed her reporting is premature in my mind. Secondly, this decision has not been in consultation with the council, and I think it is appropriate for the council to be engaged before such a process is initiated. Thirdly, the proposed focus areas relate solely to the council and do not extend to the CEO or the administration. So while they talk about the CEO, they talk about the CEO's relationship with the CEO, the council's relationship with the CEO, but not beyond that. So despite the monitor's terms of appointment covering both. So determining the appropriate scope of any assessment is a matter that should be agreed between the council and the CEO in my mind. Finally, I think that the selection of an independent facilitator should be a decision of the council. For these reasons, I believe the proposed approach requires careful consideration as reflected in the motion before us. It is important that this matter be considered by the council so we could agree on the approach as a collective and ensure that any process undertaken has support of the elected body. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lees. Councillors, is there anyone who would like to speak against the notice of motion? Councillor D'Souza.
I've got a question, Mr Mayor.
Far away.
With this motion, is there a risk that we would fall shy and be in breach of our obligations under the Workplace Health and Safety Act?
I can't possibly answer that, Councillor D'Souza. I only got notice of this email at 4:10 yesterday. Sorry, that's not something I'm qualified to do.
Is there anyone in the administration who might be able to assist?
Doesn't look like it.
In that case, I'll speak against, Mr Mayor.
Please proceed.
Councillors, I approach this motion with a great degree of caution because it is a very clear departure from what is contained in the email we received yesterday. I just don't have enough information to ascertain whether or not it is appropriately within our scope to override the CEO's call on this matter. The CEO has been clear in the email about the proposed course of action, and for us to depart from that, I guess I feel uncomfortable with that because it could represent a departure and an interference into operational matters. We just have to see what's happened in the city of Perth, where councillors had quite a significant opposing view to the CEO on a matter of which is similar to this, which is a psychosocial risk assessment. And I think we should all approach this matter with a great degree of caution, so I won't be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Councillor D'Souza. Councillors, is there anyone who would like to speak in favour of the motion who hasn't spoken already? Councillor Brenda Abrandis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. We do have a very important matter before us tonight, and I am concerned with the email that we received in that it directly affects elected members more than anyone. I'm uncertain as to whether the CEO could directly affect elected members in this manner, as has been proposed. This makes me very uncomfortable, and for these reasons, I don't consider what we're doing is operational. The email we received was not operational. I feel it's, with its focus on the elected members, it is up to the elected members to actually take this into consideration seriously and to actually propose what is being included in this item before us tonight. It does talk about a workshop. It actually extends inclusivity to ensure that it is actually not focusing specifically on one area, but it is broader. it provides for a workplace assessment. It takes into consideration the fact that we have got the attention of the Inspector of Local Government, and we do have a monitor before us. That needs to be taken into consideration. We can't disregard that we've got processes that are currently in place, and we need to incorporate this and do it in a professional manner. So I also consider that, you know, the obligations that might be under the Work Health Safety Act are being considered, but due process is being undertaken to do that in a very professional manner and to make sure that we've actually got a detailed process that ensures that we consider everything collectively. And it also takes into consideration the fact that we actually have an Audit Risk and Improvement Committee for a reason, and that is very important in this process. So for these reasons tonight, I actually have no problems with regard to this motion, and I think the reasons are actually fairly clear. So I am very supportive. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brenda Brandis. Councillors, is there anyone who would like to speak either for or against the motion who hasn't already spoken? Councillor Raison.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I agree with a number of the things that have been said already in relation to the need for this motion. I guess the first thing I would say is that it was very unexpected to receive that email yesterday. The reason that I say that it was unexpected is as a member of the Audit and Risk Committee, we met on the 10th of March and there were a number of matters discussed there. The need to implement a psychosocial risk assessment wasn't raised with us at Audit and Risk, and nor was the scope of the assessment raised at that meeting. Under the terms of reference for our Audit and Risk Committee, one of the objectives of that committee is to advise Council in relation to all audit, risk management and compliance matters. We have an internal risk register and a number of checks and balances in place to ensure that issues that are as important as this are brought up to the attention of Audit and Risk as soon as possible. I don't want to speculate as to why such an important issue wasn't raised, and I don't have any details about when it was proposed or steps that have been taken. So what does that mean? Everything that comes to Audit and Risk is about risk management. That involves identifying, assessing, it's a very important word, assessing, controlling and reviewing risks. One potential area of risk is psychosocial hazards. So from a governance perspective, in my view, it is important, the processes that we have in place, to ensure that those psychosocial risks are properly identified, assessed and managed. So that is my view, that we do have these processes in place. Sometimes by necessity they slow things down, but if we are going to look into an issue that is important as this, then the tool that we use to do that is essential. It is essential that the scope of that tool is carefully thought through. So the other thing that is really weighing on my mind about this is that we really need to consider our role as a council in terms of our obligations under section 2.75 of the Local Government Act, which relates to culture. So I've also, as you've heard me say on a number of occasions, I have expressed a view that our circumstances have changed and events have overtaken us in many matters because of the appointment of a monitor. That's reflected in a number of my decisions. I can see that there is a gap between the scope of what the monitor is looking at and the difference between an actual assessment of psychosocial hazards. Nevertheless, The terms of appointment do cover the relationships between council members, and I agree with Councillor Brenda Abrandis in terms of the scope of that. And in my experience so far, in my discussions and meetings with the Monitor, a number of matters related to wellbeing and other matters have been raised. So in that context, for me, I do think it is appropriate that these matters are brought to audit and risk, and I'll be voting in favour of the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Raison. Councillors, is there anyone else who would like to speak who hasn't already spoken?
Just like to ask some questions of governance, please.
I don't know if they'll be able to answer them, but fire away.
Section 17 of the Work Health and Safety Act speaks about a duty imposed on a person to ensure health and safety requirements to eliminate risks to health and safety so far as is reasonably practicable. What steps are reasonably practicable are identified in Section 18 of the Act. Is governance aware of the steps that council itself could undertake different from what Azure would be able to undertake? That's point number one. Point number two, does...
Hold up, Councillor Howling. You've asked your first question. I'll see if anyone is able to answer that question. Folks, anyone?
We'll take that on notice.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. The second question is, under Section 18, those steps which are reasonably practicable, which fall within the ambit of what the Chief Executive Officer needs to deal with, is the likelihood of the hazard or risk concerned occurring, etc., and the degree of harm. Is governance aware of of concerns or matters of a need to undertake a psychosocial analysis of the nature that had been proposed going through Azure?
Ms Guy?
We'll also take that question on notice. Thank you.
Any further questions, Councillor Howling?
Yes. In relation to those matters which there ought to be reasonably practicable steps taken, it's relevant to include under Section 18C of the Work Health and Safety Act what the person knows or ought reasonably to know about the hazard or the risk and ways to eliminate that risk. Are you aware of the work that Azure is able to undertake to assist this council and the Chief Executive Officer in identifying risks of a psychosocial nature and ways of eliminating those risks and minimising those risks as required by the Act?
Ms Guy?
Thank you. Through the Chair, as Director Shaw mentioned earlier, the officers present are not privy to the email circulated by the CEO and therefore the scope of works proposed by Azure, so I would have to say no and take that on notice. Thank you.
Any further questions, Councillor Howling?
Yes, and I take it that your answer would be the same in terms of what I'm referring to under Section 18E of the Act, which speaks about the assessment of the risk and available ways of eliminating the risk as well as the costs associated. So do you know the costs of Azure's appointment and what that includes, or are you able to give an estimate in your past experience through any other local governments at which you may have worked for the appointment of a company such as Azure to undertake psychosocial risk analysis?
Ms Guy?
No.
Any further questions, Councillor Howling?
Yes, thank you.
All right, this is the last one then.
Right. Under Section 19 of the legislation, there is certain duties to be undertaken. Are you aware whether the council, that's the council broadly, has any process in place to assess, to deal with and to endeavour to eliminate psychosocial risks of the nature that Azure is proposing to deal with and to undertake an assessment of and provide recommendations to the Chief Executive Officer to eliminate as is required by the Act?
Ms Guy?
Through the Chair, that question will also be taken on notice. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Guy. Councillors, does anyone else wish to speak who hasn't spoken already, either for or against? Councillor Prendeville.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. There's obviously a lot to this, and I understand the email came out yesterday afternoon, and this motion came out this afternoon at 4 p.m. So reading, understanding, getting to the bottom of everything, hearing what people are saying, it's a lot to do in a very, very short amount of time, and this is more important than anything that we're discussing, to be fair. I am very reluctant to support this. I won't be supporting it. I'm reluctant to interfere in a decision and action that the CEO has taken. I understand we have a monitor here at this point in time, and it's very clear we've all discussed the terms of appointment and final report due at 29 April 2026. This process won't happen until months after that. I'm not comfortable with the timing. And I think that, to be fair, the two probably complement each other. And our CEO has made an instruction and sees it important. I think I agree with Councillor De Souza in we need to be very careful in interfering with that. I don't think that is going to be a negative result for our council. We have a lot going on at the moment. I understand, but yeah, this is too much, and there's too many things in here I don't agree with. I can't support it. Sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Prendeville. Now, I think everyone's spoken, so I'll take a moment just to rebut any arguments made against the motion during debate. Councillor Raison's, I think, said it best. Issues of this nature, risks of this nature, belong with the Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee. It would have been ideal if this issue had been raised at the Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee meeting earlier this month. They weren't, but I have no objection to an earlier or a special committee meeting of the Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee. And, well, I'll make contact with the chair and with the deputy chair, both of whom are independent expert members, about this matter tomorrow morning, if that gives council some comfort. Number two, I don't agree with the assertion that this is operational in nature. It's absolutely not the day-to-day business of a local government. It's very much the email that the CEO sent yesterday is very much focused on elected members, and well, it's not operational. It's patently not operational. I think it is really appropriate that we get buy-in from the entire Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee, but particularly the two expert independent members who are specifically brought onto the Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee to advise us about things of this nature. And in light of recent events that I'm not going to refer to in the chamber, I really think we need to spend the time to get this right and make sure that whatever this council does, whatever the report is, it is absolutely capable of withstanding both councillor, community and media scrutiny. I think that's really, really important. So with that, I'm putting the motion to the vote. Councillors, please cast your votes. All right, the votes are in. Though it is passed 5 votes to 3. Those who voted in favour were Councillor Brenda Abrandis, Councillor Lees, Mayor Milner, Councillor Raison and Councillor Russell. Those who voted against were Councillor De Souza, Councillor Howling and Councillor Prendeville. And that concludes item 14. We now would ordinarily move on to item 15 if there was any reason to close the meeting, but there's not, so we won't. And that brings us down to item 16, which is closure. So before I close tonight's meeting, I'd like to thank everyone for their attendance and participation. I close the meeting at 9:57 p.m. Thank you all, and good night.